us first time this morning, welcome, and thank you for being here. For those of you that stuck it out with us till late last night and back up early this morning, thank you as well. We hope that you will find today rejuvenating as the sun shines in on us this morning. And those of you joining us online, thank you again. We hope that you enjoyed yesterday's talks and will gain a lot from today as well. I have the pleasure this morning of introducing to you Barclay Satterfield. She is an external innovation technology manager with Eastman Chemical Company, and she has been with them for 9 years. She got her undergraduate degree from Yale University and her PhD from Princeton, so quite great accolades there. Barclay has experience in open innovation and industry-university research partnerships, chemical engineering, polymer property research, and environmental life cycle analysis, and is here to share with us about Eastman today. So welcome, Barclay.
Thank you. Great, thanks. Thank you for that kind introduction. I learned I need to update my LinkedIn profile from that too. So, no, that was great. That was probably better than I could have done had you asked. So, fantastic. Good morning, everyone. I am here to tell you a little bit about my company, Eastman, and what we are doing broadly in the sustainability space and particularly in the climate space. I have, I think, 15 minutes, so it's going to be a fast tour. But I guess with that, I should just go ahead and get started. Eastman is a Fortune 500 company. We're a manufacturer of specialty additives and advanced materials. So what does that mean? We're business to business, I guess, first of all. We make materials that go into the things that you ultimately buy from Camelback, from Target, from L'Oreal, et cetera, from Sherwin-Williams. So, and I'll get more into our products in just a minute, but you probably haven't heard much about us because we're, as I said, business to business. So, we are located in Northeast Tennessee, about 4.5 hours northwest of here, but we're global. So we're serving, customers in over 100 countries. Historically, we've been one of the US's actually largest exporters of materials. And we're a team of about 14,000 worldwide. I mentioned sort of brand recognition. You may be thinking, Eastman, isn't that Eastman Kodak? Don't you make films? So yes, historically, our origin is from the Kodak Corporation. So George Eastman bought a small wood processing facility in Northeast Tennessee in 1910 to make raw materials for his films business up in Rochester. We were spun off of Kodak in the mid-1990s and have become a standalone chemical company since then. And I guess a key difference is we have not had to declare bankruptcy since then as well. You know. So I mentioned some of our products, and our motto is that we are enhancing the quality of life in a material way. And that ranges from, can we make, oh, this is not going to work very well. Can I do a, can you see that? Okay. Can we make industrial cleaners that are safer for the people using them? Can we, I advance the slide. Can we make feed additives for livestock that keeps them healthy and growing in an antibiotic-free environment? Can we make window films that reject IR and so reduce solar heat gain in your building? I'm saying these as questions. This is what we do. I should be more clear. Enteric coatings for pharmaceuticals. Enhancing quality of life with smudge-free makeup. I mean, it sort of runs the gamut, right? We also make cellulose ester materials that go into everything from women's apparel, suit jacket linings, things like that, to flat screen televisions that help the birefringence and the quality of the picture. So our materials are going into a lot of things. When I'm talking with research collaborators, I'm like, there's so many different technologies, there's so many different applications here. It's a lot of fun places to play. And specifically, let's talk about sustainability at Eastman. So we have been recognized recently and historically for sustainability aspects. Not shown here is that for at least 8 years running, we were an Energy Star Partner of the Year, which is many more times than any other chemical company's ever been recognized. In 2020, we were one of the Wall Street Journal's 100 most sustainably managed companies. Early last year, Barron's recognized us as the 27th most sustainable company of 1,100 that they had looked at that were publicly traded. And we are tackling and envisioning the world of sustainability, because it is so broad, in 3 pillars: mitigating climate change, mainstreaming the circular economy, and caring for society with our products. And I'm going to kind of address all of those, probably more the climate and circularity. But I'll start with caring for society. So we think about that specifically with our materials. And we have a goal of having our innovation R&D dollars focused on materials that will enhance the quality of life. So BPA-free alternatives to Triton. Had I remembered my water bottle, if you're buying from Camelback a BPA-free water bottle, that's Eastman Triton. That polymer was made in Kingsport, Tennessee, and it's not polycarbonate, which carries bisphenol A, which you may have heard of. Styrene-free copolyesters, low VOC paints, things like that. In climate change, I'm going to talk about some of our Scope 1 and 2 goals, but also we're putting out into the world materials that are lightweighting vehicles. I talked about reduced solar heat gain in buildings. So it's both our direct impacts from the manufacturing, but then what is the performance of our products as they go out into the world. And then circularity, and I'll actually advance to the next slide to talk about that. So you've probably heard the Ellen MacArthur Foundation circular economy concept. So instead of moving from raw materials linearly through manufacture, distribution, consumption, and then waste, how do we take that and turn it back on itself and go from consumption back to raw materials and make something that can be used again? And for Eastman, particularly, that means how can we do that with plastics? We're a polymers company. And we have 2 technologies that enable plastics recycling without downcycling. So you probably have in your head standard mechanical recycling of plastics, where you collect water bottles, grind them up, extrude them. The next time they come out, they're a little yellow, they're not quite as great. Do it a couple more times, and finally you've got a park bench or a fleece or something like that. So it's downcycled each time. Now, there's space for that, and it's much more efficient than what I'm about to talk about. But what we can do is take either that downcycled stuff that's been mechanically recycled a few times, or stuff that's dyed, dirty, otherwise hard to recycle, and actually break it down to either the monomers or the syngas and start the chemistry over again. So we are building a plant in Kingsport right now that will do 110,000 metric tons annually. It is a tremendous undertaking, and just to kind of give you an idea about that, we all feel like the world is awash in waste plastic, right? But there's no supply chain for it. So if you're building a plant that uses 110,000 metric tons a year, how do you get plastic delivered to your plant in Northeast Tennessee on time, qualified, of a certain quality to actually run that plant, right? So these are some real challenges. And this is the beginning. We've also recently announced a coming investment in Normandy that will do this bigger and better in a few years. And when I talk about taking hard-to-recycle things and turning them into ostensibly virgin materials, I mean, they are indistinguishable from a quality and performance perspective. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Carpet is one of our feedstocks. Fibers is one of our feedstocks. And then we're able to make some of our traditional copolyesters with that material. Some of the questions we get are, okay, recycling is like one indicator in the environmental spectrum. Is it really generally better for the environment too? And we've done a life cycle assessment and determined that there's a 20 to 30% reduction in the greenhouse gas footprint compared to just using straight up virgin materials for this. So a segue into mitigating climate change. A couple of years ago, Eastman announced what to us is a really lofty goal, and I hope you'll agree, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by a third by 2030 and then become climate neutral by 2050. So that's scope 1 and 2. And we're tracking this. So this is a screenshot of our recent sustainability report. Making a lot of headway. Also, we've added to this mainstreaming circularity and whether our research dollars are going towards products that care for society. Just this year, we've added that we're going to be purchasing 100% renewable electricity as well. Now, renewable electricity gets us part of the way. So, folks, this is a screenshot, or a picture, sorry, of our plant. We operate one of the largest contiguous chemical manufacturing facilities in the world in Northeast Tennessee. There's 600-pound steam flowing through some of these pipes. There is not just electricity. There's pressure, there's heat, there's a lot going on. And it is a challenge to decarbonize something like this. So I offer this as both, well, this is daunting, but also an inspiration, because another element of why this chemical company is talking to you this morning is that Eastman has partnered with NC State for about 10 years on sponsored research. And we have, over the past several years, started to really incorporate pieces and parts of this decarbonization into the questions that we're bringing to the school. So I leave you with some of the reasons why what you're doing is important, what you're doing is valuable, and we're looking to use some of these innovations. So please keep it up. And also, please, the folks in the room that are policy makers, advisors, studying those things, communication, that is incredibly important too, because if you think about the three pillars of the three-legged stool, right? We're a for-profit company, so we could be making the most sustainable thing, but if there's not the market for it, if there's not folks who have realized that environmentally sound things are valuable and worth spending money on, we can't keep it up. So you're both creating the demand for us and enabling us to meet it. So with that, I think I'll close. I'm still within time, yes. And take any questions.
We actually have a couple minutes. So
Okay.
So we do. Barclay was so timely. We actually have a couple minutes, so we could probably take one or two questions before we head downstairs. So does anyone have a question for Barclay? I know you weren't prepared because you didn't think you were going to have time, but any questions?
It's okay.
Oh, okay. Let me take the mic over.
Yeah, very interesting. I was wondering if you could go a little more into your supply chain issues for your new plant to do this recycling. I mean, I think there's a lot of confusion among consumers about what kinds of plastics can be recycled effectively and which cannot. And I'm just wondering, what you're thinking about in terms of building that supply chain.
Sure. So we have, and this is not my area of the company, so I'm going to like hand wave a bit. We have definitely partnered with a carpet recycling organization in California. As we were building our plant, we've rented out warehouse space, and I was recently at a talk where somebody showed just like, it looks like miles from the photograph of like piles of stuff that we have ready to go. But it has been a question of how do we find the MRFs, the municipal recycling facilities, or the carpet recycling, the folks who can reliably get us material that is suitable for our process and of a sufficient quantity. So we are also, there's totally bins outside of the plant right now. Like the local Kingsport folks are like lobbing in bottles and so forth. And I mentioned we have two processes. One is particularly for polyesters, and the other is for essentially waste plastics minus halides, so like not PVC. And that is more able to take different things. We essentially gasify that. So we're one of the few operators of a chemicals from coal facility, and that has actually enabled us to feed in some things that are not coal to add to that.
Great. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Oh, was there one? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry. This will be our last question. So.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. I was wondering if the company's looking at alternative ways of making polymers through biological methods, creating cellulose, for example, in bacterial systems, and using that as a way of enhancing the circular economy concept.
We are here and there. So you mentioned cellulose, and cellulose esters are one of our main product lines and technical platforms. And I believe all of that cellulose is sourced from SFI certified forests. Are we doing biological mechanisms? Generally not. There's been a number of efforts to look into that, and they've not met where we need to be in terms of a production capability.
Great. Well, thank you again, Barclay, for joining us this morning. I do invite you all to head downstairs to the auditorium where we will begin our fast and furious lightning talks this morning, or longer than lightning, a little bit sustained storm. pedestal it, or you can hold it a second? Okay. All right, perfect. All right. Oh, yeah, we are good. Good morning. Thank you for the long transition from upstairs to downstairs. But I am very excited this morning that you are going to get a series of talks to learn and hear about all the wonderful things in climate space that NC State University is doing. And I will let each of our speakers kind of introduce themselves and their program, center, lab, college, department. It runs the gamut. So we will just move right into it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I get to be the guinea pig. My name is Julie Swann, and I am delighted to be with you here today. And it didn't work that time, so let me try it again. Oh, there we go. Still not right. Oh, it needs to be in presentation mode? Is that right? I don't want to. So I am from Industrial and Systems Engineering, and I always like to ask, who knows what Industrial and Systems Engineering is? And my alumni should not raise their hand, so okay, thank you. That's what I thought. So rather than telling you about all of the things that we're doing in this space, I'm going to tell you about a little of them, but I'm also going to tell you a little bit about our discipline and our department so that you can think about connections for yourself as well. And of course, the people who are watching by video or who are watching later, it still didn't. I think the battery's dead on that one, so I'll just move manually. So Industrial and Systems Engineering, we have different groups within the department or discipline, but overall the definition according to our professional organization is the design, improvement, installation of systems, in integrated systems, and a system includes things like materials and people and information and money and all of those things, okay? So then what kind of system? Really any kind of system. Upstairs, someone asked the question about the supply chain associated with the manufacturing company, and that is one of the kinds of systems that we look at. So now everyone knows about supply chains because they couldn't get enough toilet paper, which is rather unfortunate, and we all need to do better. Building systems that are not only able to get you what you want when you want it, but also are resilient to disruptions. Another part of this definition includes engineering analysis and design to do things like predict and guide and inform decision making. Now, in our department and more generally in industrial engineering, we have several different domain areas. Some of them that are real strengths here at NC State include manufacturing, and we also have people that are working in health and humanitarian systems, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that one. We have people who are working in supply chain and logistics, and we have a new faculty who is joining us whose explicit interest is in sustainability. And across all of these, we have a number of different scientific approaches that we're using. So some of these are physically centered, and especially in the manufacturing area where they're looking at the processes of building things and the materials that are used in that entire life cycle. We also use a lot of mathematics and social sciences as well. So we do data analytics, optimization, especially when you have decisions and they're limited resources. So in the health and humanitarian areas, we're doing things like working in disasters, and of course those are closely related to climate and sustainability. We also look at health, both short-term and long-term, infectious diseases, chronic diseases, some of which can be made worse in disaster types of situations or other climate-oriented things. And then virtual reality and human systems, looking at the connection between humans and technology. We have some alumni who have moved into or even started in sustainability and energy and areas like that. And through, partly through their assistance, we've been able to go throughout our curriculum, and this is especially for potential students, and we incorporate sustainability and climate types of issues in many different of our classes, and we're in the process of developing a certificate for our existing masters. We have several master's degrees, but one of these master's degrees is engineering management, and we're developing a sustainability certificate and concentration in that. On the right-hand side, I have a few examples of some specific types of research that some of our current faculty are working on. So some are looking at logistics and micro-mobility, things like those electric scooters and electric bikes and even electric segways that can perhaps reorient themselves back to a charging base. Vehicles, charging stations. The new faculty that's joining us is looking at low-cost water planning, and he also uses a lot of social media and Twitter data, so data analytics to look at the impact of disasters on communities. So he's going to be popular when he arrives in January. His last name is Rashanak. He's listed there. The last name of the first faculty is Hajibabai. She is listed up there. Lots of our faculty working in areas related to disasters, infectious diseases, lots of faculty in our group working in manufacturing, and then a number of us are interested in that connection between health and environment. And I think that is the end of my 5 minutes. And while we're switching over, if I'm allowed, I'll take a question while we're switching speakers. Oh, I had 10 minutes. Oh, good. So I'm a professor, so we'll keep going. My fault. So I am going to see, because we have a question back here, and then I'll repeat it on the microphone. Yes.
So I know the College of Design has an industrial engineering program. What's the relationship?
Great question. Their program is not industrial engineering, it is industrial design. Industrial design designs products, and it's like architecture, but for things, and they also do computer kinds of designs. And I'm not an ID, but I dated one in college, so I learned all about chairs and things like that. So different field. We do know them, but we are more focused on the engineering side, including materials and processes and systems. But great question. I'll take another one. How many people think that you could go out and tell somebody what industrial engineering is? Sort of, kind of. Okay, yeah, but I think you might have known already. Let's see if there's anything else that we want to comment on. I can tell you that I personally feel that with all of the changes coming with climate and sustainability and the transformations that businesses are going to need to be making, as well as communities and government organizations, that there's an important role here for thinking about the entire system and how it works together and how we can design incentives and structures and marketplaces and all of this so that we're building systems that are not only efficient in terms of time, doing things quickly, doing things cheaply, not only effective in terms of meeting the needs of who you wanted to meet in the marketplace or in the public, but also equitable and thinking about the entire network and population and long-term, right, that life cycle. That's great. I should have, that's a great question. Our master's in engineering management, that was the question, to design it, describe it. The Master's of Engineering Management is a joint degree between engineering and the College of Management, and we've built it so that it's fairly flexible. There's a small number of required classes that orient you around decision making and some of the core tools, and then you're allowed to concentrate in different areas. And we've built out some of them explicitly, like for analytics and entrepreneurship and health and humanitarian systems, but some of them are also, you're allowed to design your own. So if you want to go deeper into energy, for example, then you could design your electives and such to fulfill that. The audience for it, a lot of times, is working engineers who either want to gain more management skills or maybe shift a little bit what they're working on. Maybe they had gotten their degree in mechanical engineering and now want to pivot a little bit into sustainability or other kinds of things, so this would allow them to do that. It is also for people who'd like to switch even from their bachelor's. So it's a revamped program, and it opened up about a year and a half ago, but the growth has really exploded. And there are these kinds of degrees at some other large engineering programs around the nation. So we're going to be switching speakers now. If there are any questions, I apologize, I have to leave early today. You're welcome to email me with any questions that you have or any opportunities that you see for collaboration. And thank you for being my guinea pig audience.
I'll go hands-free for now. I can pick it up as we start moving.
The clicker is working.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's fantastic to see you all again. I came yesterday, and full disclosure, I planned on coming for about an hour and a half, saying hi, having some coffee, and moving on. But it was just so nice to see so many of you in person that I spent the whole day here. So thank you for the conversations and collaborations, and I always have to remind myself with the little productivity angel and devil on my shoulder that talking to people is also a good thing. And I am the director and state climatologist of the North Carolina, but I run the state climate office here in the College of Sciences. I've worked here for 3 years, and I found out yesterday that many of you haven't met me in person yet. So here I am, shorter in person. Folks ask me what perks I get as a state climatologist. Absolutely zero. But I am, I think, to thank for this beautiful fall weather. So you're welcome. A lot of what my office does is put climate into context. So we are kind of your climate knowledge and data repository for the entire state of North Carolina. We truly try to serve all 10.5 million North Carolinians. And one of the things we get, Dr. Lackman talked about how the media calls him up. They call him up, then they call me up and ask, you know, has this happened in our past? Have we seen floods like this in the past? Have we seen temperatures like this in the past? And I point to this example from last year. This is Tropical Storm Fred, and this is a flood in Haywood County that killed 6 people. And when we think about tropical storms in North Carolina, we get those all the time. They're just wet, you know, you go inside. But when you're thinking about the terrain of Western North Carolina, which is truly like an egg carton, and people are living down in the little cracks. So when you dump 8, 9, 10 inches of rain on the egg carton, it has to go somewhere. So it rushes down into the valley where people live by the water, and also brought a lot of sediment with it. So it caused catastrophic flooding, of which you can still see up in Haywood County. And we were asked by a number of media outlets to give them the data, and obviously the data showed that they hadn't seen rain like this in the recent past or their historic past. But I also want to highlight that it was described as the worst ever witnessed. We as climate scientists get very tied to data. Data tells the story, it's the end all be all, but people's experiences really truly matter. We're not out measuring in every single square inch, and climate impacts people differently. 6 inches of rain may not have affected somebody who lived outside of the floodplain or had sufficient warning or was able to get a warning in English when they only speak Spanish. And a number of the people who perished in this flood were elderly. So maybe they didn't have cell phones or they weren't receiving that warning. So we're always thinking through these things with people. But I just wanted to highlight that, yes, we're cataloging all the data, we're giving you all the data. Climate change is not a data problem. If this were a data problem, we would have solved this by now. I would have been on to a different job by now, but it's really a social problem, and we have to consider people's experiences in what we're doing. Oops. Well, I use Canva, and it did not export to PowerPoint well, and we had our visioning retreat last week, and I was going to make all new slides based on our new vision, and the weekend was really nice, and I spent yesterday talking with you all. So you get my old slides, but they say basically the same thing. We're doing research to serve the entire state of North Carolina. And this isn't research that I walk over to my office and write down on a piece of paper and say, we will do this. It's really end user driven. We have state agencies coming to us. We're working with decision makers, and that's not just politicians, that's farmers, that's city planners, helping them understand their climate risk for the system that they're managing. So on any given day, I could be in a meeting with public health officials, transportation engineers, and teachers. Moving on to that, we are out in all 100 counties doing climate extension and climate education. So we work with the Extension Service, which is a trusted group of people who are in their communities and in their counties to work with them to deliver climate information to their growers and the people that they serve. And then we're also working with K-12 students. It's enough for me to get up and, go to the museum and give the climate change in North Carolina talk to a group of adults, but we really need to be starting at K-12. And when we're thinking about the pipeline of the next generation of climate professionals, it's that group that we need to be targeting. In North Carolina, students learn about weather and climate in 5th grade. Every October, right about now, I get frantic emails from teachers saying, help, I have to teach weather and climate, what do I do? So we've developed some curriculum for them and other materials that they can go to, but we're trying to develop that to be a little bit more inclusive of global change and having students think about resilience as well, because we're seeing a lot of students talk about climate anxiety at a lower and lower age. And then we're monitoring. We are out taking collections of North Carolina's environment at 44 sites. Every minute, data comes back to Raleigh for 16 different variables. So you need data, I got it. But this has been a really interesting endeavor for me. I say it's a lot of expensive things that can break. And during Hurricane Ian, one of our towers went down, and I started adding up all the sensors on the tower. Luckily, it was just the tower that broke. And honestly, it was in a bad location anyway, so it kind of helped us out. So we're out doing research, we're working with communities. I talked about how we're bringing in individual experiences and tying that to data as well. This is my big project. Last year, we were fortunate to win Noaa's Regional Integrated Sciences and Assessment for the Carolinas. It had been in South Carolina for 19 years, so this was a really big win for us. And what we're doing is trying to target the most vulnerable frontline communities in North and South Carolina. These may not be the communities that have my number. These may not be the communities that are building seawalls and moving hospitals. We're really trying to target low-income communities of color because, going back to the Haywood example, not everybody experiences climate change equally. One of the things that we are really proud of here is that we partnered with HBCUs because they are doing this foundational work in their communities anyway, and that the way that these grants are largely set up is that the big R1 institutions can win them, but we were able to partner with them, and they have taught us so much about working in communities, and we're learning and growing together. So that's been really exciting. We're hiring 2 positions, a postdoc and a senior program manager. If you know anybody, please send them my way. And then we don't just do research by ourselves, we co-develop research with communities. This was our urban heat mapping project from last summer. We mapped urban heat in Raleigh and Durham on a pretty hot day. It could have been hotter, but we put little sensors on volunteers' cars and had them drive around at 6, 3, and 6. The 6 a.m. route was interesting. I think I filled in for a few of them. But what we were able to do is find the hot spots, literal hot spots in these cities. And they line up with the areas, again, that were redlined in Durham. Raleigh wasn't redlined, and redlining was a racist exclusionary practice to keep people of color in certain neighborhoods that were less desirable. And in areas that don't have access to green space or are in areas that also flood. So we got to see a bunch of things pop out. And what's been really cool about this research is that it's been mainstreamed into local policy. So Raleigh has authorized some funding to deal with some of the urban heat islands, and Durham put it into its climate plan. So again, the expensive things that can break, this is the North Carolina EcoNet. We're really proud of this, and we're looking at variables that other states aren't. So it's hot in North Carolina. It was a hot summer. Not exceptionally hot, but just relentlessly hot, day in and day out. And one way we look at this differently than just, pulling up your phone and seeing the temperature of 94 degrees every single day, I have a beef to pick with that if you can't tell, is that we look at the wet bulb globe temperature, which incorporates things like solar radiation and wind and humidity and temperature into the equation, which is how we as people experience the environment. We don't just experience an ambient temperature. And you can look at our network, we're calculating it. If anything is in the red or the black, you should be taking breaks if you're outside. Athletic associations have adopted the standard. OSHA is now adopting the standard after the Pacific Northwest heat wave. And we adopt this standard as well. We try to act as leaders. We don't send our field crews out when we're in the red or the black. And then if you need data, you can get it a number of ways. You can call me and I'll connect you with somebody, or you can get it yourself. So we opened up our entire database to everybody for free. And it's this tool called Cardinal and Station Scout. Really easy to navigate. Once you get past the login where it just says, log in with your NCSCO ID, just click log in with Google. And it will take you through all the pages. We do cap people at 1 million points a month. If you need more than that, we can get around it. But we had some very enthusiastic users who were taking down our servers every now and then. So we had to put some restrictions on it. But you can also make some really quick plots. So maybe you're like me and at a party and you just want to tell people how wet Raleigh has been this year, and then you don't get invited back. You can pull it up on your phone and show them. And then we will create things on the fly. So for Hurricane Ian, we put together a real-time page. We put folks in touch with really trusted resources, the National Weather Service, NC Emergency Management. And then we kept real-time statistics which you could sort and look at. And the station that went down was Bald Head Island, way down off the coast of southeastern North Carolina. And then I have to wrap up quickly. This is a whirlwind tour. This is just the start of a conversation. We are always telling the story of a rapidly changing North Carolina. The climate is changing, climate change is here and now, but people are moving here. So this state is changing. It won't look the same in 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years. And we're telling the climate piece of that. So we work with the state on the Risk and Resilience Plan and the Climate Science Report, which I know you heard about from Amanda Martin yesterday. We put together webinar series, blog posts, you name it. We're kind of coming at people through all different outlets. And occasionally I'll talk to groups like the Sierra Nevada All Hands leadership team and talk to them about their Mills River Brewery and how they should think about climate change in North Carolina. So really, truly everybody. And then folks asked me yesterday, how do I balance it all? I'm the one talking. These folks do a lot of the hard work. And they are a really incredible team. I think we have the best state climate office in the country that is both subjective but also objective. And if you want more, please reach out. I'm not hard to find. And now you know what I look like beyond the Zoom. So thank you for your attention, and thank you, Amanda.
And so, well, we don't have time for questions. The good news is we will have break time today, so you can actually find these people and have conversations. So, Sandra, thank you.
I'd like to talk to you about my research group, Environment Analytics. We're part of the Department of Marine, Earth, and Atmospheric Sciences and the Center for Geospatial Analytics. And I'd particularly like to focus today on some of the work we're doing relating weather observations to climate adaptation. So our group has a tremendously deep and detailed experience in weather observations. We use both remote sensing and direct measurements from satellites, airplanes, ships, ground-based, and examine questions in basic and applied research, kind of spanning things from global questions like the diurnal cycle of precipitation using satellite data to some very local questions. We put some temperature sensors out here in Centennial Campus to look at temperatures nearby different kinds of building materials. And the short answer was, actually, if you're near a concrete facade, it's actually a bit cooler than other kinds of facades such as brick and glass. So what we wanted to do was take this expertise in observations and apply it to the climate adaptation problem. So when we think about making decisions about climate adaptation, there's always the issue of limited resources. And so there's going to be trade-offs. And decision makers want to make decisions where they get the best benefit for the investment. And I would like to suggest that some of the most reliable information to base those decisions on is the weather observations of the climate change that has already occurred. And I think this is a very clear and easy to explain basis to constituents and stakeholders and also stockholders. So when we think about climate adaptation, we worry about things like people working outside in the summer. There's also issues with livestock and plants, cows. If they start getting too warm, stop eating, and if they get very warm, they pass away, unfortunately. In the winter, we want to think about particularly not only stuff like the ski industry, but insect survivability. Insect survivability over the winter is very much related to how cold and how long. And so when we think about warming in the winter, that's changing where insects are active geographically. And the big example of that is the pine bark beetle in the west, which is devastating the forests there. So what we're doing is a little different than traditional climate change research, which is traditional research is focused on daily maxes and mins. And the reason why that's the case is that the longest temperature records just have the maximum minimum temperature. But since about the 1970s, for most of the US, and for some parts of the US actually even earlier, there's actually hourly observations. And I think the hourly observations provide additional information that help people relate to the actual changes that have already taken place. So I've got an example here from Raleigh for a couple of days in August 2021, and I particularly want to draw your attention to the second day and the fourth day. So the second day has that max temperature of 96, and the fourth day has that max temperature of 95. But if you look above that line, and I've highlighted 86 degrees, which is a temperature where people and plants and animals start to feel moderate heat stress, there's a very different story. On that first day, there's 12 hours above 86 degrees. And on that fourth day, there's only 6 hours. What happened on that fourth day is a storm came through and knocked the temperatures down. So people experience this very differently, and we think sort of adding this additional information helps them relate to the changes in a way that just expressing the minimum max or talking about the average doesn't quite get through. So what we can do is use a database that Noaa maintains called the Integrated Surface Database, which includes stations around the US and in other places around the world. And it's a quality assured database and a long-term record. And so we can take that information, and what we've done is organized it here in terms of the frequency of each temperature during each year. And this is for Raleigh again. And so those brighter colors are the more frequently occurring temperatures. And we're very fortunate here in Raleigh that the most frequently occurring temperatures are very pleasantly around 72 degrees Fahrenheit. We see also there's some warmer temperatures, and then there's a long tail to the colder temperatures. So we can take information like this and data mine it to look at different types of metrics that speak to different kinds of impacts in the summer and winter. And we're going to just look at a couple of examples so you get an idea about the types of things you can do with this kind of hourly data. So what I've got here are two sort of plots overlaid. The blue is the number of hours less than 32 degrees, so less than freezing. And the orange is the number of hours above 86 degrees. So that's above that moderate heat stress threshold, all right? And this graph really illustrates the difference between weather and climate. So year to year, there's a lot of variability, right? We could have a particularly warmer year, a particularly cooler year. But when we look overall multiple decades, and usually when we're thinking about climate, we think about 3 decades or more, we can look at the overall trend. So what this is telling us for Raleigh is in terms of hours below 32 degrees, so below freezing, that there's a trend that we're losing about 62 hours per decade. So since the late 1970s, we've lost the equivalent of about 10 days worth of hours below freezing here in Raleigh, okay? And then at the same time, we've gained about 7 days worth of hours above 86 degrees. Okay, these are averages, but we can then sort of think about this information as kind of baseline description of how the climate has already changed. And what we can do is take this kind of information for all different parts of the US and then map it and then look at regional patterns. And that's what we've got here. So this is the change per decade in hours above 86 degrees. And you see some of the biggest changes in places like Texas and the Southwest and into Southern California. Okay, so these are where they're rapidly changing the number of hours above 86 degrees. Here in North Carolina, actually things don't look too bad. We've got some changes, and in fact, if you look at the details along the coast, it's actually maybe have a little fewer hours, less than 86, greater than 86 degrees, both along the coast and in the mountain areas. So now let's look at that freezing. So here's the map. So the red is sort of, the darker the red is more, a larger change in the number of hours. So a larger reduction in the number of hours below freezing. So people can use these kinds of maps for all different things. If you're thinking about the ski industry, maybe you're a little worried if you're in Pennsylvania or West Virginia. It actually doesn't look too bad in places like Vermont and New Hampshire. But I think another application of this is back to that idea of the invasive insects. You know, if you're in a state with a lot of red, and that's states in the central and then off to the northeast, maybe you want to be investing in invasive insect monitoring as something where your adaptation dollars would be well spent. Okay, so in addition to looking just at temperature thresholds, we also wanted to look at energy. So you've probably heard of heating degree days and cooling degree days as sort of metrics related to energy load. And there's a sort of another variation of that, which is related to heating degree and cooling degree hours. So based on a base temperature of 65 degrees. And so what this takes into account is the fact that if you want to maintain your house at a particular temperature in the summer, it takes more energy to do that if the outside temperature goes from 90 to 91 degrees as opposed to 80 to 81 degrees. Okay, so what we can again is sort of look at these graphs for different locations, and what we can see is in terms of increase in air conditioning, we've got sort of an area kind of along the coasts, and the East Coast, the Gulf Coast, and then the West Coast, where we see increasing in energy usage based on degree hours for air conditioning. And then even though it's the same base temperature, it's not the exact opposite when we talk about heating. We see big reductions in heating from the central US out to the East Coast. Not so much change actually on the West Coast. So these are just some examples of the types of things we can do with this kind of hourly weather observations. We're looking for partners and collaborators who have specific applications, and we'd love to work with you to tailor metrics that meet your specific needs. So I'll be available at the break or on email.
Thank you. Next, we have Christopher Osborne.
Okay, good morning. So following up a lot of this excellent information we've received this morning about innovation and using what we know to address some of these problems of sustainability and resiliency and whatnot, I'd like to introduce you all to an opportunity for students and postdocs and faculty across the university community to look at these changes and look at these opportunities related to the blue economy. The blue economy, in case you don't know, is the ocean-related economy. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that and specifically about how NC State is uniquely positioned to take a very broad look at this concept and think about new solutions. So, you know, North Carolina is a coastal state, and a lot of the sectors related to the blue economy, as you can see here in this pie chart, are active sectors within our coastal communities. And the opportunity for NC State is that we have the subject matter expertise in all of these areas, and including forestry, agriculture, engineering. These are part of what we like to think of as the coastal blue economy, because the blue economy, the ocean-related economy, and the ocean itself doesn't just stop at the shoreline. It reaches all the way inland, and in fact, effects that occur in the Raleigh-Durham area related to the start of that coastal watershed impact our coastal rivers and estuaries, such as Pamlico Sound. And so what you can see here in this list is that there's a number of different economic sectors and interests that are related to this idea of the coastal blue economy. NC State has incredible extension services and expertise in data science and analytics. So the motivation for this came from a first attempt at establishing an industry-university research partnership through NSF. And while that didn't work, it did get us started in thinking about how we can build this capacity and this activity here at NC State. So we had a team of folks that are still working together on this effort. And what we did last year, well, actually this year, but last academic year, was our inaugural workshop. And so where we came to with this idea was like, okay, part of our mission here is to educate, so let's get students down to the coast and let's spend a couple of days thinking about these issues and having these brainstorming ideation sessions. Let's get subject matter experts down there to help guide them through the process, and let's see what we can come up with. So we came up with this structure in terms of a couple of plenaries, sort of explaining the blue economy, what that is, how it connects to just about every realm within North Carolina, and then sort of challenging students just to begin thinking, ideating. What are some ideas that you have about this? Okay? And across the board too, not just the science, not just the engineering, but well into the economics, well into the social aspects. And specifically, what type of innovations would be needed to develop these ideas? We then treat them to a tour of an aquaculture center and living shoreline at Carteret Community College, which is, of course, co-located with NC State's CMAST, Center for Marine Science and Technology. And then they have a pizza social at CMAST. On day 2, what we do is we begin to introduce them to innovators in the field. And this year, or the next offering of this, I'm happy to say that we're going to bring in some blue tech, ocean-related technology startups, and they're going to tell their stories about how they got there and what some of the challenges were that they faced in developing their companies, and then have a panel with Q&A that students can interact with on this realm. And then towards the end, we have what call these collision rooms, where we get them together and try to get into teams to begin developing these ideas. So last year we had a number of about 30 or so students and about 20 faculty and subject matter experts attend. We're trying to grow this year. And our anticipated outcomes is that we want students to organize into teams to pursue an idea, perhaps in a competition, or if you already have an idea, something you're working on, and it's applicable to the coastal economy, please show up and develop the idea and participate. We can try to have these teams enter competitions, as I've mentioned up here, but also we're pleased to offer this time slots in a program called Propeller. This is a 6-week entrepreneurial design thinking program that's run by First Flight Venture Center and the RTP. Okay? So if students are able to participate and develop ideas, they have the opportunity to compete for a slot in the Propeller program. And so I'll just end here with our little flyer. So this is going to be March 3rd and 4th, 2023. And there's a lot of opportunities for students, and this is undergrads, grads, faculty, and staff. Sign-ups will start in early November, okay? And I'm available to answer any questions. You can see my email address there. Please reach out. And I also want to note that you can tell for students that are here, as well as for faculty, to tell your students that we have funding available to fully support students. Okay, we can get them down there, we can feed them, house them, get them thinking and ideating, and then get them back to campus here in Raleigh. And with that, I'll finish.
Next, we have Brendan O'Connor.
Hello? All right, thanks everyone. Good morning. Let's see. Okay. Perfect, thank you. All right, so this morning I'd like to talk to you about solar-powered integrated greenhouses, or what we've been coining as greener houses. My name is Brendan O'Connor. I'm a professor in Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering Department at NC State, and I'm part of the Organic and Carbon Electronics Laboratories, or Carbon Cluster, that the next speaker, Harold Ade, will be speaking in a lot in more detail. So there's a range of activities that this cluster is involved in associated with climate. I'm going to be taking particularly a little bit of a deeper dive onto this one topic, and he'll provide more of an overview. So this topic was sort of initiated by NSF NFUSE grant, intersection of food, energy, and water. And it really brought together a bunch of researchers at NC State and UNC from the Colleges of Sciences, from CALS, and from College of Engineering to try to address this problem of a more climate-friendly agricultural solutions. And so it really spanned a range of scientific disciplines from, if you look at this bottom sort of graph, from synthesis of materials to device and solar power design, plant biology, to life cycle assessment and economics. So this is a bit of a tangent, but bear with me. Does anyone know what this is? It's a random collage, right? This is actually, I saw this like a year ago. This was in the news like a year ago. This was a collage. This was the first all-digital artwork that was sold by a major auction house by Beeple. It was an NFT sold for $69 million. It seems completely off topic, and it is. But I was looking at this in the news, and I thought it was kind of interesting, and whatever, and I was looking at some of the pictures, and this guy showed up, and I thought, I was putting together the slides, I thought this is kind of like, what we're trying to avoid, right? We're trying to avoid this desolate climate. We don't want the earth to be like this. But another thing that popped up was, it's a very barren wasteland, but there's also a plant growing inside this controlled environment. So in a way, the controlled environment provides a climate resilient way to grow things, even though we want to avoid this climate future. So the challenge that we have when we're talking about feeding the world is, and green and agriculture in general, is just that it uses a ton of resources. So it represents 24% of our greenhouse gas emissions, 36% of our land use, and 70% of our clean water use is going to agriculture. And on top of that, we have this growing population, and we want to have increasing standards of living, and so we want to be able to do all this while not, we want to reduce our environmental impact on agriculture and do this while also supporting a growing population. So there's a real need to come up with a lower environmental footprint for agriculture so we don't waste the resources that the earth provides, as well as a climate resilient agriculture that is able to continue to grow food in a changing climate. And so that's where the greenhouses come in, as controlled environmental agriculture has a lot of benefits, can drastically increase the yield of food production. So if we look at these graphs on the right, we have lettuce grown in the Southwest US, and you can see an order of magnitude more fresh weight of food compared to conventional farming, outdoor farming. You have significantly reduced water consumption, order of magnitude lower water consumption. The problem with greenhouses is that they consume significantly more energy than conventional farming. So if we want this to be a climate solution to agriculture, we need to address this energy demand of greenhouses. And that's where we come in with this greener house proposal, which is to integrate solar panels into greenhouses to manage light as most effectively as we can. So greenhouses naturally use the sun to grow plants, use the sun for the greenhouse effect to heat up the greenhouse, especially during the winter, although it results in a lot of overheating during the summer, especially in southern climates like North Carolina, and then you end up using shade cloths and then block out some of the light. And so it's a very, in some ways it becomes a very inefficient process. So we want to be able to take that sunlight, use it to specifically to grow plants, take any excess light to generate power to use for the operations of the greenhouse, as well as to manage the temperature and the environment of the greenhouse. And so we're hoping to use this full utilization of the sunlight to create a more environmentally friendly way of agriculture. So this idea has been around, particularly for opaque solar panels. They put out these opaque solar panels to different degrees of coverage, but the evidence has shown so far that this has not been effective. Partial coverage on the right, that was I think to grow onions or something, and they had something like 50% reduced yields because the blocking of the light was just too much. And so it hasn't been shown to be effective at this point. You could reduce the panels to the point where you can maintain the yields, but then you're not generating very much power. So our concept is to introduce these organic solar cells. They're basically carbon-based molecule solar cells. The example molecules are on the left. What's nice about these materials is that you can synthesize, there's thousands of varieties of these materials, and you can tune their spectral characteristics, their color, which is shown in the middle picture there, by varying some of the atomic structure, the structure of the molecules. And then they're really thin solar cells, but less than a micron thick, so significantly thinner than a human hair. So they're easy to integrate, let's say, onto a wall of a greenhouse without worrying about structural concerns. And they can be made semi-transparent, as shown on the far right panel. And so these all kind of come together as an opportunity to see, and their efficiencies are also increasing. So for historically, organic solar cells weren't very efficient systems, but now they're exceeding 18%, silicon somewhere around 25%. So they're starting to, in the lab and practice, less than 20. So they're starting to make a lot of sense, not only for these unique color attributes, but also in terms of performance. And so if you just look at sort of what we can do with these organic materials, here's the chlorophyll absorption spectrum. And if we just take a couple of these organic molecules, you can see that we could design these molecules to absorb over regions where chlorophyll doesn't. Now the plant utilizes more of the light than just chlorophyll. There's different phytochromes and different, talk to the biologist, there's different stuff in there, but you get the idea. So the idea is that we can potentially tune it to be complementary rather than competing directly, spectrally speaking. And so one of the things we did was try to see if this actually works, if we can actually grow plants underneath these solar cells. So we took 3 different solar cell materials with very unique spectral characteristics. You can tell that by the color on that top panel. These are sort of they're actual solar cell materials. They're non-functional devices, but they mimic the solar cells optically. We put them in these little growth boxes where we then put plants underneath them. We wrap the boxes in mylar so only light is through the top. And then we have Phytotron at NC State. I don't know if you're not familiar. It's a facility on North Campus that has a lot of growth chambers to do really well-controlled plant growth studies. And so we do the plant growth studies comparing the different filters, and we look at the plant growth, and it turns out that they do quite well to grow lettuce. So relative to the control, FTAS ITM, which is just an acronym for the molecules, grows nearly the same fresh weight, or pretty much within experimental error, fresh weight of the control. So it seems successfully able to grow at least lettuce under these solar cells. we wanted to go beyond that and look at, that's great, this is very promising, how much energy can we save, and is there an actual economic benefit of doing this? So we turned to some detailed modeling, looking at energy balance modeling, looking at supplemental lighting, and optics of the greenhouse in a lot of detail. We combined that with a crop growth model that can account for changes of light spectrum in plants. I'm sorry, that's my timer for 10 minutes. I'll finish this up in a second. But the short of it is that we can do this design optimization where we can look at this graph on the right, and it's a little bit busy, but if you look at this is all relative to a conventional greenhouse. If you look at, this is lettuce grown in California, which is a popular state for greenhouse agriculture. The relative yield can be achieved while also achieving net zero energy. So that 0 point in that graph would be net zero energy. Positive would be a surplus in energy on the y-axis. And so we can get a surplus of energy with some yield loss, but we can pretty much get a net zero energy greenhouse while maintaining yield for, again, lettuce. And we also calculate the economics, showing that there's an actual economic benefit as well to integrate these systems. So we can look at this globally based on different climates, categories, and we can show for lettuce again that there's a net positive, there's a net present value return, a positive net present value gain relative to a conventional greenhouses, and a range of climates across the globe, except for the most cold climates there in Antarctica and Greenland, and et cetera. We can do this for tomato, which is a little bit more light demanding plant. And again, we continue to see positive economic output across many global locations. So this is all relative to a conventional greenhouse. But if you are thinking about putting in a greenhouse, these systems look to be quite beneficial. So then, we were interested, we continue to be interested in expanding this vision to look at other technologies to really design controlled environmental agriculture to be the way of the agriculture of the future. And so we've are targeting strategies, other light management strategies for the glazing, to have dynamic shading, to have dynamic lighting, local lighting technologies to improve the efficiency of lighting the plants, sensors on the plants as well as remote sensing to really dial in what the plant needs in terms of the lighting and make sure it achieves that in environment too in terms of temperature and humidity, and really not give it anything more to minimize the energy consumption. And you can see over the course of the plant's life, it needs different lighting. This is just sort of a picture of the different lighting demands over, let's say, the tomato's lifetime, both over its total development as well as its daily needs. And we're really trying to come up with a smart greenhouse that can manage that most efficiently. So with that, thank you for your attention. And yeah, I'll be around later if you want to chat. Thanks.
We have a puddle in the front corner. Okay.
Well, my name is Harald Ade. I'm in the physics department, so maybe conceptually I'm the furthest intellectual distance from many of you here. And I'll try to tell you a little bit on how that actually connects from the very basic science to climate within the context of the carbon electronics cluster. And so we see sort of a big need, society need, and that is in our case not to mitigate or sort of communicate climate change, but try to prevent further climate change by minimizing energy use, particularly fossil use, by providing sort of clean technology or technology savings. And so that could be electric cars where we need batteries. We would need smart building envelopes, so the heat isn't trapped, etc. It could be other technologies, the Internet of Things, in order to do smarter communication logistics-wise and save things that way. And our focus is sort of not to use sort of standard technology, but these needs often really require new technologies and new way of making things. And what Brendan just talked about is these organic solar cells. They are solution cast, they are new materials class, and they offer unique properties. And so it's those organic materials and those new solution processability that we are focusing on. And so we started the carbon electronic cluster, and we think conceptually that we cover sort of three primary circles. We deal with new materials, so that's the quantum materials and the engineering. We operate in this energy and sustainability space, but we also have overlap with how to make things in sort of smart manufacturing, and this is sort of in this two-dimensional space, and there's of course also the technology readiness level dimension that would go into the space, and we also try to cover that. We want to discover the basic scientific principle and ultimately have products that will actually help to do that. And so over the years, we've added people to these different circles, and this is sort of roughly where they are located based on their expertise. The physicists tend to be mostly on the quantum materials side, engineers more in the sustainability and manufacturing. You see Brendan is up there. Then we have overlap sort of with horticulture and plant science, and that was what Brendan just described, and the key person there is Heike Sederoff. Then we hired through the cluster Arama Masin, a couple more people, and we overlap on the smart manufacturing with chemical engineering with Milad. So that was the status as of sort of a year ago when we gave an update to the Chancellor. And now I want to evolve this for you and look at things towards the future and just remind you why we do that. This is sort of a summary of what Brendan has done. So we've had a lot of success already, both in funding and in research productivity that relates to this climate change and energy utilization. And the cluster as a whole is very, very collaborative. So this is sort of the output of our scientific publications, hundreds of publications in the last 5 years with a significant cross-intersection. So we have this core group of people working in this energy space and sustainability space. And now we're looking towards the future, and this is partly the conversation that I would like to have with you. We still have the same needs, and we still have the same market pulls, but how can we even be more impactful? And so we stick with that technology, and with our three sort of realms of concepts, but we add significant new members, and then we start adding new concepts, like batteries, okay? This is also just electrons flowing, control of this. This is sort of the basic same science. We have electrons in a solar cell, light is converted, but it's still about charges and how they interact with materials. The new batteries are also solution process, so we can add strength there. We can add sort of strength on the sensing that Brendan made a reference to that. Can we have sort of a smart sensor on the surface of a plant and therefore give us feedback into these controlled agriculture environments? We could add sort of soft electronics in general that overlap with sensing. There's sort of one application that is sort of less climate-based, but I mentioned it here anyway, and that is sort of a conforming health patch where you could, for example, integrate ambient light harvesting, sensing, and communication, and you just put this on a patient without wire. When you're done, you rip it off and throw it out because it's cheap enough. There's, of course, a need with data science, and we overlap that too, the smart research. That means I'm accelerating, I'm using artificial intelligence to accelerate the research output and do materials and processing evolutions to cut them from 10 years to 2 years or maybe even faster. This is how much when you automate sort of research and do it in a smart way, there is a promise that that can happen. And then we would overlap with the data academy as well. And so we will make strategic hires. We would need sort of a person in data analytics, artificial intelligence. We would need a person in sensing. And there may be many of you here that could sort of interact with us in this. And that's the part that I would like to explore. So there are many others. I think the cluster is hiring, and we have disciplinary hires too that could contribute to this. So I don't think I use 10 minutes. I can leave sort of some time for questions. I just wanted to give you the big picture to have you an idea of how the materials component can connect to climate. Thank you so much. Actually, I do have one more thing. Okay. Remembered. So that was the science. So there are, of course, other needs too that have to do with workforce development and how we educate. Okay, and so as we go forward, there's a big need. For example, a lot of the workforce has only an associate's degree and not a lot of skill training. And so what we would like to do is sort of integrate this discovery and the education much more succinctly within an umbrella of a center. And so we have this integrated science and engineering, okay? Integrate, this is sort of departments from physics to chemical engineering, possibly civil engineering, have an integrated education approach that is more inquiry-based, sort of not a canned laboratory experiment, and skill-based. We think of this sort of as what the medical students do when they learn how to sew things up. They don't use people right away, right? So you give them the skill, but you also give them an environment where that can be easily learned. You don't necessarily have an undergrad working with the most complicated scientific instrument because that takes a lot of time to master. You don't give him the Ferrari, you give him a VW or something in order to learn how to drive. So those are the things that we have and we need to build, because right now we only have state-of-the-art laboratories, but we actually don't have facility to be very efficient to have this interdisciplinary skill training. So that's where that is. And so that we see that as a center that then connects sort of all the workforce development. It can reach out into K through 12. It can overlap with NSF graduate student research training grant. It can overlap with industrial partnerships. And so who would be the people who would be leading this? These are some of the team members that would likely do those things. And I sort of have a pet project that I would call named postdoc fellows. And want to pitch that just to see if that resonates with you. In order to accelerate research, really research productivity, if that is the goal, part of the goal of what we want to do, we're not going to use undergrads and we're not going to use graduate students. Their learning curve is too big. By the time they know something, they disappear. And then we all actually have a problem, right? The knowledge disappears and we can often not keep things in the group. So the concept here is to bring in the knowledge and to bring in the best people, postdocs. And how do we do that? We actually make them fellows. And we do that under an umbrella where that is a prestigious fellowship, where this goes onto their CV, and it's a selective process. They compete about this internationally, and we can select for leaders, skill leaders and idea leaders, people that are interested in academic careers and will be highly productive. So to me, that is a way of spending our resources wisely. And it doesn't go then to the faculty member, okay? This fellowship goes to the student, but to the postdoc. And what it does is also it allows the faculty to collaborate and to then use that as a seed, for example. This is a way to do new things, okay? It's not like you had to work 3 years in order to have your new idea actually get funding because you got rejected twice before you even get started. This would let us start immediately by bringing in people, having sort of a seed project. And so that's one of my pet projects. And with that, now I'm finished. Thank you.
That took your time, so that's great. Yeah, next we have Vance Kite. Yeah, beware of the water puddle.
All right, good morning, everybody. I am going to bring something to you quite different, but hopefully intersecting with all of you. My name is Vance Kite. I am the new director of the Keenan Fellows Program for Teacher Leadership. We sit underneath the umbrella of the Keenan Institute for Engineering, Technology, and Science. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what we do today because I think it may be of interest to many of you based on what you have brought to us this morning. So in short, our vision is to form and enhance innovative communities of learning that inspire students and prepare them for an ever-changing world. In essence, what we do is we provide teacher-centered workforce experiences and high-quality professional development to build bridges between North Carolina educators and their communities. The goal is to prepare all students to graduate college or career ready. Now, the way that we intersect with y'all is through our offerings. We essentially have three major offerings. We work with K-12 teachers. Our flagship offering is a Keenan Fellowship. This is a year-long fellowship. It is a competitive process. We take on about 30 teachers a year, kindergarten through 12th grade, all discipline areas across the state. We are in currently 76 of the state's 100 counties. These teachers, over their year-long experience, will spend 3 weeks with an industry or university partner. Our partners for teacher internships run the gamut from biotech and big tech. We work with Biogen, we work with SAS, we work with Red Hat, all the way to sustainability. We work with the Southern Appalachian Wilderness Stewards out the west end of the state and Conserving Carolina, to agriculture. We work with the Farm Bureau. We also work with universities. I have 2 fellows this year at UNC Chapel Hill. Do I have any fellows working in labs at NC State? Not yet. Soon, hopefully. But they will spend 3 weeks with their industry partner. They will do 80 hours of targeted professional development with us. The ultimate goal is they will take what they learn during their industry or research experience back to their students. And this can come in the form of writing curriculum for their classrooms. It could be their mentor or partner organization coming in to give talks. It could be the teachers taking their students to labs or industries for tours. But the goal is for these teachers to bring what they learned during their internship experience back to their students with the goal of preparing their students for future work. We've been doing the Keenan Fellows program for 22 years now, and it was actually initially spun up by Dr. Carbonell, who I see sitting right here. We have a new offering called the Mountains to Sea Scholars. This is a program that we do annually. It is a set of 4 experiences to provide educators with knowledge around issues of sustainability, water quality, and environmental justice. So our newest cohort of Mountain to Sea Scholars actually just started. They were out on the west end of the state 3 days ago to learn from SAWS, the Southern Appalachian Wilderness Stewards, about issues of water quality and sustainability and environmental justice as it looks on the west end of the state. They will be here with us in Raleigh in December to learn about those issues from an urban perspective. And then they will also do some programming with the Coastal Federation in, I believe it is early January, to learn about those same issues from a coastal perspective. Now, how do we interact with you? Well, I see this as partners plus teachers equals impact. All of you want to have an impact through your work. That is what you're going for ultimately. You want to get your knowledge out from K through 12 to their parents. So a couple things for you to consider. Each teacher serves 90 to 210 students every single year, and if they do it right, a teacher's going to be in the classroom for 20 plus years. We want our teachers to experience your work. Like I said, I don't have teachers in any labs at NC State yet. That is one of my goals. It is something I am hoping for. We can be your broader impacts. NSF has got that broader impacts section in all of their grants. We can do a number of things for you. For Mountains to Seas, you could be one of our speakers for one of our experiences, telling us about the work that your lab or your group or your institute is doing. If you want to multiply your impact, you could take on one of our fellows for their summer internship. They could do a number of things for you. They could write curriculum for you to be disseminated. They could give talks for you. You could come into their classroom to give talks. Their students could come visit you. There is a number of ways that our teachers can help you disseminate your work. And you may be thinking, oh, I work in nanotechnology or high-end climate science or big data. I don't know if a K-12 teacher can really take what I am doing and get it out to their students. I bet you they can. I will bring you a master kindergarten teacher and they will find a way to communicate big data to kindergartners, okay? Try me, we will make it work. So I am gonna leave you with that. I just had 5 minutes, so I set my talk up to be 5 minutes long. That is what we do. I would love to chat with you more. I'll be around at the break. And with that, I will leave you. Thank you.
Okay, so that closes our first section of talks. We will take a break from now until 10:20. At 10:20, and there is coffee and snacks back upstairs. At 10:20, we'll begin. Robert's gonna shift. We had a talk not be able to make it in the second section, so Robert's gonna shift to the second set. So we will, start right back here at 10:20. We'll have another set of talks, and then at 11:20, we'll be joined by James McMahon, who will give us a talk then as well. So enjoy your break.
I work in facilities.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna see if I can call
Okay,
somebody
perfect.
about that.
Yeah, 'cause Well, thank you all for your flexibility. We are talking about resilience and adaptation with climate change and flooding, so we had our many personal firsthand experience. So we will continue on. I was going to say Robert was closest to the flood, and we're happy to say he made it out alive, and will be starting off our presentation. So Robert.
Thank you. I made it out just barely. So thank you so much for having me. I'm the program coordinator for the Climate Change Society program. We're a master's program. We also have a climate adaptation certificate that is all online. And I can see like a few of my former students here too, which is great. So this actually came about from a previous mentor of mine like a decade and a half ago. He had an idea. It's like, how do we create more of a climate generalist, an individual who can be the climate expert in the room at any job, at any industry. And that's what we try to do. We try to help scientists understand social science, to be able to communicate to the public, and non-scientists to understand the science behind climate change. Now, the way I come about this and kind of plug how I fit into this besides teaching the classes is that I'm also an oyster farmer on the side. And just recently, the past couple of years, I've seen my share of extreme events, not unlike the flood downstairs. We had a very heavy rain event that killed off like 90% of our oysters. And then this year we had drought and very, very warm waters that also killed off like 90% of our oysters. And you think about those variables and you think, well, you know, those are climate change related. Obviously, climate change did not kill our oysters. However, we can think about the future, what that might mean for our industry. Is it even going to be viable? What are we going to do in terms of education for the public? Thankfully, we have CMAST out there. I went and I spoke with some of the experts, and they told me, like, well, this summer it was just some pathogens that got into the oysters and killed them off, and mostly due to saltier, warmer water. So with that, I just kind of want to say that I'm already the climate scientist there, and now I'm trying to step into other shoes of how to run a business, and that's kind of like an interface for society and climate. So that's just my own perspective. Now, as far as the program, we're a very diverse group. We're a growing program, and some of the main things we try to instill is, try to go out there and advocate for solutions to climate change. And also we work on resilient planning. One of our classes is specifically on adaptation to climate change, and we do some role playing in that course, and not just in terms of just local hazards, but also on an international scale. We have a setup for more of negotiations amongst like nations. And we also do, we work with climate science, climate data on not just projections, but also things like health sector, risk analysis, social cost of carbon, things that are kind of spread out beyond just the purely scientific climate change kind of curriculum. Speaking of curriculum, like I said, we are a master's program. It's designed to be completed within a year. The adaptation certificate is designed to be completed within a year as well. It's four classes that you take online, and some people like to spread them out into a couple of years. And we have core courses in climate change science, adaptation, data analysis. We also have communication classes, one of them which I teach, and the other one is from the communications department, which is really cool to be able to have a more interdisciplinary kind of program. Research ethics as well, GIS, policy classes, and then the students get to select electives, which kind of leads them on their way on what they actually want to do with the degree. Some of them might choose to work more on GIS type classes, and those are our guys that, or our ladies that end up working on some like planning. But we also have folks who go into the more of the policy realm, and they end up working in the state, local, and sometimes federal government. So those are just two examples. We have a capstone project every year, and our student gets paired with a mentor from a field of their own interest. And we generate really interesting multidisciplinary research with them, fairly high impact, very timely, and fairly quick also as well. Confronting all climate, well, as many as we can in terms of climate risk. And this is a list of some of the relevant work that we have done lately. Anything from, talking about extreme heat, flood risks, and also sustainability. We work with the Sustainability Office as well as other centers here at NC State. And here are some of our partner institutions, since I was just talking about that. National Park Service, Noaa, Department of Design, communication. It really goes across the board. And just wanted to mention kind of like where our students go from here. What do you, what are if you have expectations of what you do with this kind of degree? I'm just going to kind of go through a few examples. And that picture is a shameless plug for where our oyster farm is. It's a little bit to the side. I didn't put any of like the nicer pictures because I don't want it to be about me. So we have students like Madison Teeter, who ended up going to work for a nonprofit in Norfolk, Virginia, to deal with sea level rise. There's also Ashlyn Shore, who now works for NEMAC out in Asheville. We have just recently graduated Jarrett, who works at the EPA. Robert Bennett, who initially was working for the DEQ, the North Carolina DEQ, and then moved on to Carolina Sustainable Energy. We have Brittany, who just graduated and is working for the Climate Adaptation Science Center. She's an ORISE USGS Climate, you can see her here, Science Translation and Communication Fellow. And that's like one of our bigger chunk of students, like maybe like a third of our students really go into the communication sphere, so how to talk to the public about climate change, which from the different presentations that we've seen in this meeting so far, it's one of the greater needs that we have. And then Stephanie Kelly, she is about to graduate, and she's been around for a few years because she was also majoring in landscape design, and she was recently also a Global Change Fellow. And just some like contact information for me if you're interested in the program. It doesn't have, you don't have to do it in 1 year. It can be more than that. If maybe some of your students want to take our classes, I invite you to look at our website. I know some of you have taken some of the classes here. And yep, just feel free to contact me, and thank you for having me.
There we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Bass. I'm a program coordinator in the Sustainability Office. I'm really excited to be here to talk to you all about our greenhouse gas emissions inventory that we do for NC State. So to get started, I want to tell you a little bit about our office. So I work in the University Sustainability Office, and we are in the Facilities Division. Our office was established in 2008, and we serve as a centralized resource of sustainability information for the entire university, so for students, faculty, and staff. You can see the images of our small but mighty team that we have, and we are actually scattered throughout the room here. So we have Carla Davis, who's our director. We have Lonnie St. Hill, who is our communications and outreach coordinator. We have Keandra Jenkins, who is a program coordinator like myself. She manages the Sustainability Fund and the NC State Stewards Program. Then myself, I do our greenhouse gas emissions inventory, some external reporting, and then I manage our campus as a classroom internship program. So just to give a little bit of background as to what NC State has in terms of a goal, we do have a goal to be climate neutral by 2050. This was a goal that was established in 2008 when we signed what is now the Second Nature Carbon Commitment. Later in 2009, the UNC system made a sustainability policy and their own commitment. And then in 2010, NC State later created its own climate action plan, which we will hopefully be updating very soon because it's been a while since 2010. So things need to be updated, but we're really excited. Now, just to help you understand what goes into our inventory, we have scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, and then we subtract any of our carbon sinks or offsets. For us, our only sink is our on-site compost facility. So we don't have any carbon offsets or anything, but we do have our carbon sink from the compost facility. And that's what gives us our emissions total. So we need to conduct a GHG inventory to see how we're doing. We have to track our progress, see where we're doing really well, maybe where we're doing really poorly. It's really important for us to maintain tracking efforts, and you can see the image in the middle is a new dashboard that we launched this year, which is really exciting. We used to have an image of our greenhouse gas emissions. It was just a static image on our website, but now we have a dashboard where users can interact with the data. Sometimes we'll get data requests from students, and now we can point them to this website where they can click through scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, look at specific sources, so we're really excited about that. We created our first GHG inventory in 2010 with a fiscal year 2008 baseline. We later conducted inventories in 2013, 2017, and more recently we completed 2 fiscal years worth of data for fiscal year 20 and 21. Now, just to help you understand the scope of our inventory, this is based off of the Raleigh campus of NC State. We're not looking at all 100 counties that NC State has space in. So we have our main Raleigh campus, but this also includes Lake Wheeler and Reedy Creek, and we use fiscal year data. So we're not using calendar year data, this is fiscal year data, and this also only includes owned space. There's no leased space included in our inventory. This is a truly collaborative effort. I could not do this by myself. We have data coming from all the different departments that you see in this table here. I truly could not do this without any of the help of those people and those departments, so I'm really appreciative of those people that contribute to our inventory. Now looking at our scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, as I mentioned, this is what goes into our inventory. So scope 1 is going to be sources that we own and control on campus, like our cogen plant that's helping to power campus. Scope 2 is going to be electricity that we're purchasing from Duke. And scope 3 is going to be anything else. So this can be our landfill waste, wastewater, paper purchases, business travel, and also commuting. But as you go from scope 1 to 3, the data becomes much harder to collect. And this is not just an issue that we face, everybody faces this. So scope 3 in particular is one that is not as consistent and much harder to track, but we have come up with a system that is more consistent and helps us to be a little bit more accurate in that area. So us, along with many other higher education peers, use a system called SciMap. It's a really great tool that was created by the University of New Hampshire. And what this allows us to do is we just enter all of our data and it spits out a number for us. So it gives us the calculations and it's doing everything behind the scenes. And we know that all those warming factors are staying updated. And we know that the data that's coming out of there is accurate. So it's a really great tool for us to make sure that this process is more accurate, but it also makes it go by a lot quicker. So we started using SciMap in 2017, but prior to that, we had an entirely different system. But since that, in 2017, the process is much more comprehensive and accurate. So sometimes you'll see us refer back to 2017 as a more accurate baseline, even though our actual baseline was in 2008 when we started collecting this data. But since 2008, we've seen a 24.5% decrease in our emissions, which is great. And just from 2017 to fiscal year 21, we have seen a 16% decrease in our emissions. So that's a little bit of a progress update of where we are. So there are a lot of different things that help to reduce our emissions at NC State. One is just reducing energy on campus. Our energy consumption accounts for 75% of our emissions at NC State. Globally, you'll see that more skewed towards transportation, but at NC State, it's our energy use on campus. So by reducing energy, that is a huge contributor to seeing our emissions reduce. A second one is actually out of our control. So as the electricity grid is becoming cleaner and comprised of more renewable energy resources, it actually helps us in every organization for that matter, because we could, maintain the same level of energy use and we would still see a reduction in our emissions just because the grid is getting cleaner. Obviously, we want to do more than that, but we are still benefiting from that, which is great. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have some cogeneration plants on campus. And so through that, we've been able to generate more of our own electricity, so we're not purchasing as much from Duke Energy. So we've seen a decrease in our emissions from Scope 2, which is our emissions coming from our purchased electricity. And now we have more control over where our energy is coming from, which for our cogen is in the form of natural gas. Obviously, it's not a perfect source of energy. It's not the cleanest, but it's a great starting point. And again, we've seen a huge emission. We've seen a lot of reduction in our emissions just because of our natural gas and our cogen plants on campus. And also specifically to fiscal year 21, we saw a huge reduction in Scope 3 emissions because employees and students weren't traveling. Travel reduced by 94%, or I should say emissions from travel reduced by 94%. And the money that NC State was spending on travel reduced by millions of dollars, which is a huge contribution. But it's also important for us to note we understand that traveling is going to be happening again, so we can't expect it to stay as low as it was, but it was great to see the reduction anyway. So as I mentioned, NC State released its climate action plan in 2010. And you can see this little box here that kind of shows where we are right now. And I want to point out this gray wedge when this was originally created, kind of accounting for future technologies that may be developed. We obviously cannot predict what those technologies are going to be. However, they could potentially help us to reduce our emissions in the future, whether it's with our buildings and our energy consumption, or maybe it's with transportation. There's so much that can evolve, and so much has already evolved since this was created in 2010. But as I mentioned, we're hopefully going to be updating this plan and creating new goals, which kind of leads to what's next. So our fiscal year 22 inventory is underway, and once that's done, all of the data is going to feed into our dashboard. There's also a QR code if you want to visit our dashboard. You can use it for yourselves. If you work with students, feel free to share it with them as well. But yeah, so I'm hoping to have this done by the end of the calendar year, fingers crossed. But we're also going to be updating NC State's sustainability strategic plan. So our last strategic plan expired this year, so it's time for a new plan, and we're going to be getting that process underway really, really soon. And as I mentioned, we're going to be kind of updating the climate action plan at some point and creating new short-term and long-term goals. If you all have any questions, I unfortunately have to leave pretty much right after this, but feel free to find any of my colleagues, or you're welcome to email me or our office at sustainability@ncsu.edu. Thank you. I think that's all. Yeah. Thanks.
So we were actually going to have Steve Callan from the North Carolina NCTEC with us. He was unable to make it. So Jordan, Jordan Kern, you'll be next. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Hi, I'm Jordan Kern. I'm an assistant professor here at NC State in the Department of Forestry and Environmental Resources. I want to talk today about my group here at NC State, the work that we do on weather risk, the impacts of extreme weather on the power grid, and implications for decarbonization. So this is my wonderful group of graduate students. We're kind of spread out across different departments in forestry and environmental resources, civil and environmental engineering, and operations research. And I also want to acknowledge our funders. We've gotten a lot of support from the National Science Foundation and different parts of the U.S. Department of Energy. So what we do is we build free open source grid simulation software for the entire contiguous U.S. So we take really detailed representations of where transmission assets are, generation assets of different types, and we use those to create mathematical models of the way that the grid works on an hourly basis. And we try to make these models both accurate and fast to run on a computer, because what we want to do is then use them to perform vulnerability analysis for the grid in the future. And so that means looking at different potential configurations of the grid in the future from a technological standpoint as we incorporate clean technology, renewable energy, electric vehicles, et cetera. But also we want to look at how the grid might be vulnerable in the future to climate change, and so more frequent and severe types of extreme weather. So by the grid, what we're really talking about is a network of generators, high voltage transmission, low voltage distribution, and other types of infrastructure that we use to produce electricity and deliver it to where people consume it. And basically every part of this system is vulnerable to extreme weather, including wildfire, extreme temperatures, both hot and cold, hurricanes from wind speed, but also flooding, drought, which can reduce the availability of water for cooling at thermal power plants, as well as hydropower production, and then, of course, extreme winter weather as well. So the cost associated with these types of events in the US in general are increasing. That's not just due to climate change, that's a big component, but it's also due to increased value at risk, meaning we're just building infrastructure in the path of extreme weather, and that's costly. So damages to the power sector through loss of electricity service and damaged equipment represent a pretty significant portion of these economic costs, on the order of $25 to $75 billion per year. And so what that means is that the grid is increasingly exposed to extreme weather, while at the same time it faces this other sort of existential challenge, which is this need to decarbonize. So this is a figure I took from Saul Griffith's Rewiring America, and this is the curved trajectories all represent possible CO2 reduction pathways we could be on or could have been on to stay within the 2 degrees Celsius average global air temperature increase. And so what this is meant to show is that the later we wait or have waited to reduce emissions, then the faster we're going to have to reduce emissions to stay within this limit. So there's an urgent need to decarbonize. And at this moment, the sort of prevailing wisdom is that the best way to do this, the quickest, most economically efficient way to do this, would be to first decarbonize the electric power sector, so eliminate our use of fossil fuels, and then to expand the electric power sector so that we can use electricity as the primary energy carrier for transportation, parts of industry, and residential and commercial heating. And so this is going to entail probably dramatically increased reliance on variable renewable energy, wind and solar, which has already started, but keep in mind these are inherently meteorological sources of electricity. So as we increase our dependency on wind and solar, we're inevitably going to reach some or encounter significant integration challenges. Some of those are geographical and network-based, so renewable energy is not always where we want it to be, and renewable energy is not always available when we want it to be. It's variable and also sometimes hard to predict. So we're going to have to invest in a wide array of physical and non-physical solutions to help manage weather risk, even normal weather risk in low carbon grids. And so all this is to say that the grid faces increased weather risk on two fronts. The first is climate change, increased impacts from more frequent and severe extreme weather. And the second is increasingly depending on types of energy that are variable and somewhat uncertain. And so what our group studies is how each one of these challenges could actually make the other a little bit more difficult to solve. And so I want to just kind of walk conceptually through how that might work. So in addition to causing, electricity outages and physical damage to power infrastructure, extreme weather also can cause economic shocks in electricity markets, which is a little bit of a foreign concept in North Carolina because we have a regulated system where there's a vertically integrated monopoly, Duke Energy, that kind of runs the show. But in most of the rest of the United States, utilities are participating in big competitive markets for electricity. And if you live in one of these other areas of the country, you may not realize you're part of this big competitive market because you're probably just still buying electricity from a retail distribution company. And then that company is going out into the wholesale market and buying electricity on your behalf, but that electricity could be coming from any number of different power plants owned by any number of different utilities of different types. So here's a really simple example. So imagine we have 7 different power plants of different types owned by different utilities that are competing with one another to produce electricity. We can distinguish them by size, so megawatts, but also their marginal cost, which is kind of like how much it costs to produce each unit of electricity after you build the power plant. So if we order these from least costly to most costly from top to bottom, and then we plot this information in 2D space, the cumulative capacity on the x-axis and the marginal cost on the y-axis, we get something that looks like this, which is kind of, it tells you like what order you should use these power plants if you wanted to minimize the cost of meeting electricity demand. You'd start with the cheap stuff and you'd end up using the really expensive stuff only if you had to. So from a microeconomic context, this is just a supply curve, and prices in wholesale competitive markets are set through the interaction of this supply curve and demand for electricity, which is where we come in. So if demand for electricity is really low on a day when air temperatures are 65 degrees like today, not many people are using heating and cooling, the price of electricity would be low. But then on a different day, if it's much colder, demand for electricity will go up and prices for electricity will go up. And then if demand is really, really high one day because of a heat wave that almost exhausts our ability to even meet demand, then prices can go way up. And this has happened famously many times in the last decade. The polar vortex in 2014 in the mid-Atlantic, 2020 heat wave in California, and then more recently the 2021 winter storm in Texas. And all of these events increased the market price of electricity 1 and sometimes 2 orders of magnitude above the average retail price. So collectively, the impact of weather extremes on physical damages and of electric power infrastructure and then causing shocks in economic markets has direct financial impacts for utilities, which they can either absorb or they can pass on to consumers. And I'll get back to that in just a minute. But I also wanted to mention that our efforts to decarbonize by introducing more wind and solar also can sort of wreak havoc in electricity markets for utilities. So going back to this really simple example, if we wanted to triple the amount of renewable energy in this market, what that would do is create much more zero marginal cost electricity that's available, and so the system supply curve would move out to the right and wholesale market prices would go down. And so we can actually model this, right? So we can use the models that my group develops and then take projected future changes in infrastructure, like, if the grid relies a lot more on wind and solar, we can look at how that will change electricity prices in the future. And at the top left, you see this sort of weird looking pattern. This is showing how electricity prices change throughout the day, hours 0 through 23, in California in 2020. And then we can also look at how they're going to change throughout the day in 2020. You can see that during the period of the day when there's a lot of solar available, it pushes prices down, which is in some ways a good thing. But then it also creates this weird period of the day where you're transitioning from when solar is available, and then you're going into the early evening, solar goes away and demand for electricity is really high, potentially because people are getting home from work and plugging in electric vehicles. And this causes the steep increase in demand for electricity. And this is actually part of what caused the blackouts that I referred to earlier. It was a heat wave plus the grid having a really hard time adjusting for those couple of hours when solar goes away. So here's why the money stuff kind of matters. The only reason we're really able to talk about a potential sustainable climate future is because of this incredible decrease in the cost of wind and solar. And we need the cost of decarbonizing to continue to decrease and stay low in order to build public support for decarbonization, because even as wind and solar have declined in price, the cost of decarbonizing the electric power grid, let alone the entire US economy, is going to be massive. By some estimates, we need to triple the size of the US power grid by 2050 to do this. And so we're going to be asking utilities to be borrowing lots and lots and lots of money. And weather risk can cause financial instability at electric utilities. It causes unexpected spikes in costs or declines in revenues, and it can make it difficult for utilities to essentially pay their mortgage on that time. They have to borrow a lot of money to build infrastructure. And just like us, if we have a hard time paying our debts on time, if utilities do that, then credit rating agencies downgrade them, which means that the next time they want to go out onto the market and borrow lots of money, they're going to have to pay at a much higher interest rate, which ultimately for consumers raises the price of electricity. And this is already happening in a time of increasing interest rates. And so this figure is just showing how the levelized cost of electricity from a wind farm changes as a function of the interest rate that the utility is borrowing at. And so it really makes a difference and could directly impact the cost of electricity we pay and potentially willingness to pay for cleaner electricity. So that's it for the most part. What my group studies, again, is how weather risk manifesting as financial and economic impacts for utilities and other grid participants could slow the adoption of renewable energy simply by making it more costly to do so. And there aren't that many people working on this. It's kind of largely an unanswered research question, but we're trying to make some progress here at NC State. So that's it, thanks. And I also have to leave pretty soon, but feel free to email me if you have any questions, so thanks.
Robert Scheller was going to be next, but also is unable to join us this morning. So I'm going to ask Harrison Fell to come do his presentation. Let me just click through Robert's for you so you know. If you watch fast, you can see Robert's presentation. Photographic memory? That's right. Yes. Looks like you.
Great, thank you. My name is Harrison Fell. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Ag and Resource Economics in CALS. And I want to talk to you about the center which I was formerly the interim director and I'm still an affiliate of, and soon to have a new director coming on board, which I'll talk about. So this is the Center for Environmental and Resource Economic Policy. So what do we do? Our mission is very much in line with standard mission of land-grant universities. We are largely a collection of economists doing a lot of work that we hope leads to research in high-quality, peer-reviewed journals, but we don't stop there. Of course, we are all doing very policy-relevant work, so we want to engage with policymakers at different levels, local, state, and national as well. And then we're also very much broadening the scope of economic research and thinking much more of an interdisciplinary context, and so we try to participate and form multidisciplinary groups to go after large grants and educational opportunities. And then finally, we do a lot of work, obviously, educating and advising both grad and undergrad students, both within the econ department, but also beyond, working with folks in other colleges across the campus. So right now we have 12 faculty affiliates. Most of us are in ARE, Ag and Resource Econ, but we also have some affiliates outside of the CALS arena. So we have some affiliates in the College of Natural Resources, also Christopher Galick over in Public Administration, and then we have a few NCSU affiliates as well, including Pete Maniloff at the EPA and Sarah Sutherland at Duke. Our new director begins in January, Spencer Banzaf, coming from Georgia State University. This is a major get for NC State to hire Spencer. He was very highly sought after by multiple universities. Luckily for us, he has a long history in the Triangle region. He went to school here. His family has been in the region for a long, long time, so he decided to come back to Raleigh. Spencer's an NBER fellow, which is sort of like the group of economists who are sort of the best in the field. And I think he's going to really raise the profile, not only of SINREP, but the university more broadly. We have many student affiliates as well. These are graduate students that work with the various faculty affiliates, so they are mostly in econ, but not exclusively. So now, finally, kind of what we do and where you all might find some intersection. So we have a lot of different expertise that is very much climate related. So traditionally, SINREP was extremely strong and still continues to be strong in the valuation of environmental amenities and ecosystem services. So you think about things like what's the value of our Outer Banks beaches from a recreational standpoint, from a commercial fishing standpoint, from an ecosystem service standpoint. Those sort of valuation metrics are things that folks within SINREP do. Particularly Raja van Haven is a sort of a world-leading expert on these methods and has done a lot of these type of works within North Carolina contexts. We also have a lot of strength now in water resources and the institutions that go along with all the water delivery and water extraction. Particularly Eric Edwards does a lot of work in this space, and he has an extension component as well, so he's doing a lot of work with Eastern North Carolina communities, particularly with saltwater intrusion issues. We have affiliates over in the College of Natural Resources. They do a lot of work on forestry and climate-related land use changes. This is obviously a huge part of the puzzle when you think about both from an emissions standpoint, when you think about the emissions associated with land use change and deforestation, but then also on a carbon sinks situation when we think about afforestation and reduced deforestation as well. Myself, I do a lot of work in energy economics and policy, not actually all that unlike what Jordan just talked about. A lot of overlap with a lot of the ideas that Jordan does. Christopher Galick does a lot of work there, and our affiliate Pete Maniloff does a lot of work in this space too. We do particularly a lot of energy policy work, thinking about how to design those markets that Jordan was just talking about to better accommodate renewable resources, to better price environmental issues that we think we care about. We have folks doing a lot of work in developing countries as well, thinking a lot about climate-related issues in developing countries, including Zach Brown and Raymond Gutierrez and Aaron Sills. So a whole host of ideas that are sort of unique to developing countries: sanitation issues, energy issues, development of ag issues. These folks are all working on there. Myself, I also do a lot of work in climate policy design. So again, thinking a lot about what are the institutions that we need to make, what are the policies that we need to implement to be able to price carbon or to be able to incentivize the development of cleaner technologies, and then how do those policies interact with the markets that we already exist. And then finally, we have quite a few of us, this is just a short list, but I'd say almost all of us now are doing some work in the health and environment space. Now, you might think of this probably more traditionally as epidemiology, but there's actually quite a bit of work in the economics space in this as well. And we think about the interactions of environmental conditions, particularly climate related issues or local air pollutant related issues, and how they affect health and all sorts of cognitive processes. A lot of work being done right now in that space here and more broadly in the economic space. Finally, I'll just talk about a few of the events that we sponsor at SINREP. So we have a Friday colloquium that largely focuses on featuring faculty and students from across NC State, working on a broad range of environmental and resource topics, so not just economic issues, but we often have speakers from engineering or College of Natural Resources present as well. And we are a very data-driven group, so a lot of this has issues around data analysis topics. We also are co-sponsors of the Triangle Resource and Environmental Economics Seminar Series. This is a joint seminar series with Duke and RTI. This really brings in the top economists from across the country, really across the world. It's an amazing resource. I highly, if you have any interest in environmental economics, I highly recommend checking out our website and seeing who's coming to give talks here, because we really do get the best of the best to come give talks at this seminar series. And then finally, we have run Camp Resources for 30-some years now. I think we're in our, I can't remember, 32nd or 33rd iteration of Camp Resources, which is an annual conference that we now hold in Asheville, where we bring in graduate students from across the country, as well as early career researchers doing work in environmental and resource economics to present their work. A lot of different expertise, a lot of different events. We are interdisciplinary by nature. We love collaborating across disciplines, so highly recommend reaching out to us. You can easily just Google SynRep and we're the first thing that comes up. So please reach out. We're always looking forward to collaborations.
Last but not least in our segment, we have Dr. Aaron Seekamp.
Yesterday I stood between you and the reception. It's not quite lunchtime, so I'm not really holding you out for lunch today. So I'm Erin Seekamp. I am the director for the Coastal Resilience and Sustainability Initiative here at NC State. I joined I joined NC State over 10 years ago, I think 11 now, but recently transitioned into this position in August. And so the initiative's about 2 years old. Amanda Mueller, if you don't know, is a program coordinator who's been serving the initiative for over a year. And I'm gonna have to say, in the transition to taking on this directorship, I'd be nowhere without her. So thank you, Amanda. Not only have you produced this in the Keats Climate Leaders Program, this is just an incredible asset to have you supporting me. So what we're really focused on is being a network, and you can think about me as a network broker, to pull together over 225 faculty members who've self-aligned with this initiative across the 10 colleges plus other units at NC State. Folks have affiliated themselves with over 13 different areas of expertise and working on six thematic areas to really catalyze change to think about more resilient and sustainable future for coastal communities in North Carolina and across the world. So what you're seeing here are those 6 themes that I'm starting to reconceptualize and think about them in a different way. 2 of them are really cross-cutting themes. That would be education at NC State and beyond, as well as mutually beneficial engagement that emphasizes social equity. And then broader areas currently are looking at agriculture, forestry, and rural natural resource-based economies, water quality and quantity in coastal zones, looking at energy resilience and innovations in technology, as well as coupled human and natural systems. And these areas are themes that were identified through the development of a white paper before the initiative was fully kicked off. It was the impetus for the initiative. This one comes from the top down, from the Provost's office, and now is housed within the Office of Interdisciplinary Programs. The way that I conceptualize this concept of coastal resilience and sustainability is that resilience is not is the ability to bounce back, but what we really want to be doing is bouncing forward, doing so in a more equitable and just way that really focuses on our ability to handle disturbances and change and transform our social and ecological communities into a more equitable and sustainable future state of environmental, social, and economic conditions. And really linking resilience and sustainability should increase the quality of life of individuals and enable a continuity of heritage values for all present and future generations. So we heard some yesterday about the role of place in relocation decisions. It's very hard for people to separate themselves from place, and it's those heritage values. So we want to be thinking about that as we help these communities transition and transform into a more resilient and sustainable future. You can learn more about the initiative. You can join the initiative. We're always accepting new members. And if you have an idea or you're looking for collaborators, you already are one step ahead. You've identified an RFP. Contact us if you haven't identified one yet. Amanda helps out and manages our website. She's constantly updating new calls for research in this area. If you have ideas too for curricular developments, I'd be happy to engage with you and hear about those thoughts. There is our next event is going to be at the North Carolina Sea Grant Coastal Conference. I'm going to be holding an ideation session there to try to think about what are some of the greatest needs that all of the different folks who attend this conference, which include managers and policymakers as well as researchers, really think are some of the key target areas. And then in the spring, take some of those ideas and work with faculty here at NC State to go through some ideation sessions to end up seeding some groups to go down to CMAS, do some proposal writing, and really try to make some steps forward into excelling in this area. So with that, thank you very much for your attention, and feel free to reach out to us at coastalresilience@ncsu.edu. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not lunchtime yet. Don't get that excited. Our next speaker will step up. We are going to take a 2-minute break just to switch our slide decks over to get ready for James, and then we'll, as soon as we get that slide deck switched, so if you need to stand up and stretch your legs, we'll prep for that. lead our transition. I have the honor of introducing to you Mr. James McMahon. He founded the Climate Service with the vision that every financial decision on Earth should incorporate climate change. The company's risk analytics software is a service that gives investors and corporate managers the financial information they need to incorporate climate-related risks into their decisions. Mr. McMahon began his career in global change by studying physics at Harvard University and atmospheric chemistry at MIT under the guidance of Nobel laureate Mario Molina. Mr. McMahon went on to accumulate 10 years of experience inside a multinational corporation, including managing Coca-Cola's consumer marketing technology group. He then led 3 small technology firms as COO and CEO, and has served for 6 years as a senior advisor to the director of Noaa's National Centers for Environmental Information. He was CEO of the Collider, which is a groundbreaking nonprofit innovation center for climate solutions. And I present to you Mr. James McMahon.
Thank you all so much. Really great to be here with you today. I think I may be representing the crass money-making private sector portion of your program. But how many of you have been here for all 2 days? Were you guys here yesterday? How awesome was Marshall Shepard? I wish I could have been here. Was he, and Co Barrett, you got to hear from Co as well? What a star-studded group of people, my goodness. Can't hope to live up to that. But what I would love to talk with you about today is how what you've been hearing for the past couple of days is playing in the corporations around the world, and particularly on Wall Street and the financial system. So you've heard a lot about, for example, I saw Jordan was presenting pictures of billion-dollar disasters. Do you remember that colorful picture that showed how many billions of dollars of disasters, and it's escalating? So once you put a dollar sign on it, corporations get interested. And so the question is, how do you then incorporate that data into financial decision making? And that's actually the mission of the company that I started that is now part of S&P Global. It's also my personal mission, embedding climate change into every financial decision on Earth. Well, let's talk about how we do that. First of all, where is this pressure coming from? 2 main sources, regulators and investor pressure. So on the regulation side, oh my goodness, there's so much movement afoot. Perhaps you've seen the SEC talking about this. European Central Bank is putting pressure on banks, for example, to figure out, do you have enough money? If they're doing stress testing with climate change. Are you ready for the impacts, not just of physical risk, but also the transition, the energy transition and to a low-carbon economy? And then if investors are doing the same thing. BlackRock, with their mere $6 trillion of investments under management, assets under management, took a lead on this and was saying, okay, we're investing in you corporations, and we think that the climate risk that you're holding, you corporations, is material, financially material. And so not disclosing that is somewhere between uncool and illegal, let's say. So go figure it out and disclose it. Now, of course, BlackRock is getting a little bit of backlash from some states in the US saying, well, you've got some sort of agenda. Really, it's about financial materiality. And what type of financial materiality are we talking about? Here's a slightly different take on Jordan's graph. This is actually, it's from S&P from 2018, I want to say. and it's analyzing the earnings calls of the S&P 500 companies, and when they reported impact to earnings due to weather or climate, and when they then quantified those impacts, how material was it in terms of their earnings? And you can see here that it varies a lot by sector, and yet it ranges between, let's say, 1% and 12%, with an average around 6% materiality. So we're talking about 6% of earnings were impacted when they had a weather or climate event. Now you saw that doesn't count things like the bankruptcy that that was caused by wildfires, at PG&E a few years ago. That's 100% of earnings were at risk there. But in a world where shades of a percent of earnings, you'd sell your grandmother to get visibility to that. This is very significant and material. So how would you go about trying to figure out what the impact is to a company? Well, that's precisely what a group, an international group of financial institutions set out to do in about 2015-16. So how many of you have seen this picture? Raise your hand if you've seen this picture or you've talked about the task force. Okay, great. Let's dally here for a moment. Because when this picture first came out, I was so excited that I got it tattooed on my left shoulder. That's how important this one is. Because this is really the first time that the financial world tried to figure out how do we want corporations to understand, model, calculate, and then disclose what's at risk due to climate change. And you can see that there are two chunks of this, risks and opportunities, and they further boiled down risks into physical risks at the bottom and transition risks at the top. Transition meaning transition to a low carbon economy or a transition of the energy infrastructure of the world. So that then flows into strategic planning. Once you understand what the financial implications are, flows into strategic planning and risk management. So actually, once you understand that you have a risk, then you have to do something about it. And that flows then into financial impact. And that bottom layer there is probably familiar to those of you with a financial or economics background. There's fundamentally income statement and balance sheet, and in the middle there's cash flow there. So we have to get down all the way to that level before corporations can know what to do with this data. All right, easy. Oh, I couldn't trick you. No, it's not that easy. There's a whole lot going on in each one of these gray boxes. And we've developed some models that I'll show you in a second with thousands and thousands of equations and gigabytes of data. So what kinds of decisions are being made by corporations using this data? Strategy, obviously. If you know, if you're creating a 5 or 10 year plan, you want to understand what's happening, what environment you're going to be in at the end of the 5 years rather than at the beginning of the 5 years, let alone longer term strategies. But perhaps more proximately, risk management and resilience. So once I have a risk and I can measure it, then I can manage it. But the important thing about what I'm going to talk to you about today is that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And that's super important. We need to, as a field, drive to quantitative measurement of our climate-related risks. The third one is responsible investing, and maybe you've talked about that here earlier, but you can't do sustainable investing if you don't understand the economics of climate change. And finally, compliance and reporting. So you remember that picture I showed you, that's a disclosure framework, because when the corporations are now starting to be asked to disclose their financial risks due to climate change. And so you need this kind of data in order to do that. So to do this at scale, the financial world and the corporate world need help because there just aren't enough PhD climatologists and climate economics experts to go around. So a few years ago, some buddies and I tried to create a software system that would encapsulate some of these models and be able to help corporations and financial institutions at scale. So it looks something like this. We call this field climanomics, which is a portmanteau of climate and economics, obviously. You can see over on the left of this picture is a dollar sign. That's kind of a big deal because that's the language that business speaks. We have to talk in terms of dollars, but getting there requires a whole lot of modeling. You can see also that you've got a percentage. A percentage here. Well, that's the percentage of the assets that we're considering that are at risk. And you can see a graph here that shows over time how the percentage value at risk changes. So this is actually characteristic of many of the risks that we see. It starts in a small percentage range, 1, 2, 3%, which is, you remember that first picture I showed you, what companies are reporting as hits to earnings now, 1, 2, 3, 6%, if it happens to them. So it's starting here, but you can see that if we just do the physics and then do the math, it goes up to some very significant percentage of asset value at risk. Now, climate risk is not spread evenly like peanut butter, over time periods or over spatial periods. You can see that here there's a very nonlinear response in time, but also spatially. This building is far less at risk than the building on the NC State building on the coast that we were just talking about, because obviously I ran past it this summer, and it's awfully close to the coast. That's all I'll say there. You have to kind of do the math asset by asset from the rooftop level up, and that's the methodology that we use. Starts with looking at every single asset that a company owns or that anybody owns, really. Could be a municipality, for example, and understanding what hazards that asset is exposed to. Drought, wildfire, coastal flooding, river flooding, hurricanes, things like that, as well as those transition risks, which tend to happen at a larger regional or macro level. And then we have to consider the vulnerability of that asset to that risk. So taking this building as an example again, if this building was exposed to a severe and region-wide drought, what would the economic impact be? I don't know, maybe not all that much. But if there was a field of grapes right out there, if there was a vineyard right outside, same exact hazard, massively different financial impact. So you have to model at not only the time and space granularity, but also we have to know the asset type and what it is and how much financial value it generates. And that's how you get to the final piece of the puzzle, which is the financial risk. How many of you consider yourselves a little nerdy? All right, now we get to go into the next graph. So now here's some graphs. This is diving down a little bit deeper there. So on the left is a graph of a hazard at a particular point. And we pull, in our case, we use global climate models, and we use all of them, all of the ones that contribute to the Coupled Model Intercomparison Project, CMIP6 as they call it. And so there are 22 of them, and they go down to daily data at a pretty fine resolution, and then we use NASA downscaled data to get even farther down. Sometimes even that doesn't cut it, because those are still at, a few kilometers of resolution, and when you're talking about coastal flooding, you have to get all the way down to, a few meters, really. So we combine that with different data sets from academic papers and from governmental sources and so forth. And then the middle piece is where the magic happens. And magic only if you're slightly nerdy, like you have just confessed to being. And that's the vulnerability piece. And so as I mentioned, that happens by asset type. And you can see here that we've got 3 different pathways. This happens to be the impact of high temperatures, extreme temperatures, on, I think it's a data center. And so you can see increases in cooling costs, and we've got a model for that. Increases in, or decreases in employee productivity, we've got a model for that. And accelerated HVAC degradation, we've got a model for that. And when you add them all up together, you get a model for, with increasing severity of the hazard, you've got increasing financial risk, and that's how you get to the financial risk. Diving even deeper, we write a little white paper about each one of these things, and you can see the levels of granularity that we get to, and we cite all the sources and everything. And my last thought that I'd like to leave you with is that we've gone all the way down to the asset level, very granular. But then you have to build it back up, and it has, in order to deal with a multinational company, it has to be global in nature. It has to have financial impact. You have to talk dollars, or everyone, loses interest. If you say green, yellow, red, okay, well, I have to make an investment decision here. Is yellow good, bad? I don't know. 87 on a scale of 100. Okay, what am I supposed to do with that? It has to be at least a dollar estimate. It has to start from the asset level and go all the way up to a portfolio. So we just, for example, released a data set that has all of the S&P 500 in it, as well as about 1,500 other companies. And so it has to if I'm a BlackRock, I have a whole portfolio of things that I've invested in. I have to be able to look across that whole portfolio. Multiple scenarios, high emissions, low emissions, time horizon out to 2100, multiple different asset types. So I hope that gives you a kind of a whirlwind tour of how all of this stuff that you all have been working on and have been hearing about for the past couple of days impacts the nice fellas up on Wall Street. Do we have time for questions? Yeah, happy to answer questions or chat about anything. Maybe in the back? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for being with us this morning, James. I had a question related to the US dollar as the standard form of currency in your model. Wonder if you're familiar with Kim Stanley Robinson's Ministry for the Future. It's a work of climate fiction published in 2020. Obama named it one of his favorite books. Shameless plug, there's an hour-long interview with Ezra Klein that really touches on what this book is about, which is speaking on what economic changes need to take place in order for the world to adapt successfully to climate change and mitigate future emissions, et cetera. One of the points that Robinson was making in this work of fiction was the transition to a different form of currency, a carbon coin, essentially financializes the mitigation of CO2 emissions. So I wonder, do you foresee or project a move away from the US dollar being the standard form of currency that companies use to make these projections? And if not, how does your model differ from the financialization of climate risk? Thanks.
Wow, that's so cool. I stopped reading science fiction around Isaac Asimov because I have a bit of gray hair here, so I haven't read that one. My goal, as I said, and our goal in my team is to incorporate or embed this into every financial decision on Earth. Currently, people are making financial decisions using the currencies that we've got. So when they start using different currencies, we will rapidly be able to provide them answers with different currencies. While I don't know about that carbonization coin idea, boy, there sure is a lot of opportunity, isn't there? So the closest thing that I can think of in the established financial world is green bonds, being able to invest in resilience. There are some new funds which are coming up, which are being built to not only invest in projects which move forward what I'll call mitigation, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but also importantly and increasingly bonds that fund resilience efforts, realizing that yes, we have to invest at least $1 trillion a year for the next 40 years in remediating the energy infrastructure, and also we have to invest $1 trillion a year at least in dealing with the climate change that we've already bought ourselves. Because it's going to happen if we stopped emitting today, of course. We'd still have to spend a huge amount of money in investing in resilience. And so those would be wonderful ways to invest or create a new currency. Thanks for the question.
Jim, I have a question as well. Well, first, let me thank you for this very interesting perspective, and thank you for talking about climate risk with financial decisions. My question is, there's lots of uncertainty with climate prediction, and we're talking about several decades into the future. So how do the climate projections uncertainty being built into the financial decision makings, and how do the nonlinearity, right? How do you propagate all the uncertainty into the final financial decision-making process?
It's a brilliant question. Thank you so much. And as you point out, there's uncertainty in every step of this entire chain here, from the data that initializes the climate models to the climate models themselves, all the way through the vulnerability, all the way. So you're right, there's absolutely a lot of uncertainty. We actually do use a full probability distribution on the model end and carry that all the way through. So we talk about the mean a lot, but frankly, the extremes are much more important than 90th percentile, 95th percentile. The thing that I'd like to share, though, that I think is most important is that when we're talking several decades out, first of all, the financial sector doesn't think decades out. They can't, partly because there's too much uncertainty. But when we're thinking several decades out, it's more a question of scenario analysis than prediction. So we can predict the weather a few days out. We don't talk about scenarios for the weather. But there are a whole lot of dependencies on human behavior and policies and technologies which we can't foresee with any degree of certainty. And those make a lot more difference, it turns out, than the physics of the weather model, or of the climate models. That physics has actually been researched pretty hard with tens of billions of dollars over the past 50 years, and it actually holds up pretty well. I want to assure you that, so there was a study done, I think it was 2 years ago now. Somebody went back and looked at all the climate models and what they predicted since the 70s and compared with that with what actually happened, and they held up pretty well. I mean, I think most of them were within the statistical range. The biggest place that there's uncertainty is what human beings will do. There's no model for human beings yet. And so that's why we have different emissions pathways that we model. I hope that makes sense and addresses the question of uncertainty.
I feel like the physical model is easier, right? So when you talk about societal, the geopoliticals, and things that happen in the future, that will bring even larger uncertainty.
Yeah.
And I think the financial district, the investors, they hate it. They hated the uncertainty,
yeah.
right? So this is where I think the linkage between the climate science and socioeconomics, that connection needs to be further built up and connected.
Yeah. You know, I think a useful way to think about it is providing bounding the problem with scenarios. How bad could it get? How good could it get? It's going to be somewhere in here. Where do you think it's going to be?
Hi, I'm Allie Hayes. I am kind of building off of that idea of uncertainty. So when you talk about like building risk portfolios, like in terms of ESG, I know that there is a lot of discussion over like the two arms of ESG, which could either be divestment or continuing to invest in companies, but kind of conditioning that on the fact that like if you're investing in a big oil company, that they have to use X amount of their capital to be like funding R&D into new technologies. I just wonder, like in terms of the uncertainty of what happens when you divest from a big oil company like Exxon, like are you potentially just pushing off production onto smaller firms who either can't afford or are operating in countries where they don't have the same limitations on their pollution? Like, are we just making the problem worse, but doing things that look very good to the investor? And how do we design like a rating mechanism for ESG and portfolio design that doesn't end up greenwashing and creating larger problems down the road?
Oh, wow. Such a wonderful and rich set of questions there. ESG, environmental social governance, tends to consider the effect of the company on the environment, in the case of E. This is tending to look at the other direction, the effect of the environment on the company. So it's effectively risk management rather than trying to get to a particular social outcome or environmental outcome. So we're not this doesn't necessarily consider, is the company good? Is it not good? Is it doing the right things? It doesn't have any social agenda. It's just saying, if various things play out, how will that affect the company's financials? Both directions are needed. And so my thoughts on the ESG part of things is we have to be very careful of not only greenwashing, but of unintended consequences. Can I give you another one that keeps me up at night? A lot of the most, many of the most intense impacts will happen to communities that are most vulnerable, as is usually the case. The most vulnerable people and the most vulnerable communities are most at risk for anything. And climate change is no exception. So what if we tell real estate investors, for example, oh yeah, it's this community in Baton Rouge is, very vulnerable. Are they going to pull their money out? That's a phenomenon called capital flight. And the answer is yes, probably. That's what their business model requires them to do. So how do we incorporate how do we make this an equitable transition? Because that is not good for anyone when that happens. We have to embed social equity into the financial models. Talk about difficult, but we've got to do it. So I know I didn't fully get to your question. That's because I'm not an ESG expert. But
no, that was a good response. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
take two more. We'll go here and then there.
Yeah, I guess I'll do it to you again, but I have pretty much the same question, but are you seeing any signs that investors generally are going to be trending towards doing more of the social investment side of things, not just the risk-averse thing, but for example, universities, I might imagine, have big portfolios, and if I was a university manager of one of those portfolios, I'd be looking at a much longer future, perhaps, than an individual investor, in which case I might want to start putting money only in companies that deal with sustainable technologies, for example. Is this a trend, or is this not a trend?
Absolutely 100% a big trend. I want to just respond with two thoughts. The first is, you mentioned universities. The same is true for pension funds. Anybody who's holding their assets for a long time has a fiduciary responsibility to consider the long-term risk-adjusted returns. Well, you heard me say risk-adjusted. One of the risks is climate change. So pension funds and endowments are all over this, and they need to understand not just the short-term market fluctuations or whatever, but what companies are really going to be around when I need to distribute money to my pensioners, and so that I can get a good return out of them. So they are all over this. The second piece of my response would be, I am not an expert in sustainable investment and responsible investment, but I can tell you it is booming massively. I don't know the numbers, but people quote the numbers at the conferences that I go to. I can't remember them. There's so much money flooding into sustainable investment, and that's where we have to be careful about greenwashing, because if it doesn't, if it's just for show, we could do more damage than we do good.
Great. We have time for one last question.
This question goes back to the earlier question about uncertainty, but it triggered, and I wondered if it would be possible to do one of these graphs on the different ways that people could change their actions, if you understand what I mean, and sell it to businesses, because businesses have so much power over us. A lot of it we don't even realize. And I'm thinking that if you could give them a monetary number for convincing people to go electric, to cars or any of that, is that possible?
Yeah, it's such a wonderful question. I'm going to go back here. On the right, you see opportunities, and this means financial opportunities involved in the transition to a low-carbon economy. So you can see resource efficiency. That means energy, but also water and material resources as well. Energy source. We just heard a lot about energy source modeling or energy mix. Products and services markets. Who's demanding what? So consumers will be changing their demands, and they are already, and corporations need to respond to that. And finally, the need for resilience. So our approach has been to try to create those graphs, as you say, to get to dollar figures, because there are really nice people in corporations, but that's, their job is to maximize shareholder return. That's their job in the economy. And so we need, in order to move the needle for corporations or for investors, we need to put a dollar sign on everything. So I told you I was going to be the crass guy. Yeah, but anyway, I really appreciate the time spent here with you today. Happy to answer questions in the
Thank you
future.
very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have tried to curtail yesterday's long backup for lunch, so you can get your lunch from both sides of the table today. So lessons learned from yesterday. So we invite you to grab your lunch and bring it back to your seat so that we can enjoy our lunchtime speakers.
are going to start our luncheon keynote presentation. So as we have learned in the last 1.5 days, that the meeting, we're talking about climate science, the climate solution, ecosystem response, and also the social economics. So when we talk about the solution, the renewable energy is one of the key solutions to reduce carbon emissions and also fighting the climate changes. So we are very excited to have two representatives from Avangrid Renewable attending our symposium and also be our today's luncheon keynote speakers. So let me just say a few words about the company. So Avangrid Renewable is one of the leading providers of the clean renewable power in the US. It's actually an international corporation. But within the US alone, Avangrid has more than 7,000 megawatts of wind and solar power facility. And this company also operates a 24/7 national control center, which makes the load balance and which making Avangrid one of the few companies capable of providing structured energy supplies. So as many of us know that Avangrid is also currently building the first offshore wind farms of Kitty Hawk for the North Carolina. So they are really one of some very important players in providing the clean energy for the states, for the East Coast, and for the nation. So our two speakers are Mr. Lou Bauer and Ms. Sarah McKimmon. So Lou is the principal offshore wind energy meteorologist and the mid-ocean specialist. He received his bachelor's degree in meteorology and then a master's degree in oceanography, both from Rutgers University. And Sarah is a senior mid-ocean engineer. She received her bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Johns Hopkins and then master's degree in mechanical engineering from École Polytech in France. So at Avangrid Renewable, Lou and Sarah are responsible for scoping, planning, and management of mid-ocean measurements, both for fixed and floating offshore platforms, wind turbines in this case, and also the deliver comprehensive energy resource assessment to diverse stakeholders. So their presentation today is titled Coastal USA, Unique Challenges in Offshore Wind Development. So let's welcome them to give this luncheon keynote presentation.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. Let me see. We may not have the right presentation up. Yeah, no worries.
This will be the quickest way. There we go. Try that one. You didn't want to. You didn't want to speak for Eastman.
I know more about this than about Eastman, I'll tell you that much. All right. So thank you for being here today. We represent Avangrid, as Dr. He so kindly introduced us. We're developers of offshore wind, and our talk today is about the unique challenges that we are facing bringing this technology to the United States. Onshore wind, of course, has existed for some period of time, but offshore is a new component here, and there are extra challenges. I'm Sarah McGillman. I work as a senior oceanographer, and this is my colleague, Lou Bowers, who's lead meteorologist for offshore wind. So we are part of a large global company. This is Iberdrola, is a parent company based in Spain. You'll notice in blue and orange on this map, we have wind farms that are in operation or under construction right now. I like to call it specifically Vineyard Wind, which is the first commercial grade offshore wind farm in the United States, right off the coast of New England. That's under construction. You look at New England and you can see that. We also have two more projects just south, Park City and Commonwealth Wind. This represents 3 gigawatts of offshore wind for the United States. That's major already, under construction and planning to go to construction. And of course, as Dr. He mentioned, we have Kitty Hawk right here off the coast of North Carolina that is also in development. So this is where offshore wind started. This is a picture of the North Sea, and if you focus on the orange and green parts, these are wind farms that are under construction or in operation today. You can see that there's a lot of wind energy development area here as well, but notice some common features. We have protected geometry, consistent sea temperatures, and notably no hurricanes in the North Sea. You have seen this picture earlier today in one of the presentations. This is wind resource across the United States. Notice particularly we have high wind speeds, over 10 meters per second, off the coast of New England and also in the northern coast of California. So of course we want to target these high resource areas that are also intersecting with high load areas, high demand, lots of population, especially in New England, where we have, well, a lot of need and not a lot of natural resources for that. But of course, as we develop wind going forward, we're going to go to different areas, perhaps with lower wind speeds, or deeper waters, which we'll discuss more in a minute, or hurricane risk. And so each of these present new challenges as we move from the prime locations into other areas of the United States. But of course, this has been set out by the US government that we'd like to reach 30 gigawatts by 2030. So we have a very ambitious plan to really develop offshore wind for renewable energy of the future for the United States. Now, some things I would like to point out immediately is if you keep the image of the North Sea in your mind, the United States looks very different. The coast of the United States look very different. We have broad exposure, of course, to the Pacific and the Atlantic basins. Up here, this is a circle around our New England wind projects, and you can see very clearly a bimodal wave distribution. So if you, on the y-axis, we have a peak period, and on the x-axis, we have significant wave height, and we can see very strongly that there are two different wave systems that are acting on the wind farm in this area. Moving to the other coast, we have California. We're looking at very clearly a trimodal system. Again, it's peak period by significant wave height. And so we're going to see different forcing mechanisms, even on these two coasts, than we see in the North Sea. So of course, we have a technology. We're bringing wind turbines, and we're going to design foundations that are going to be a little different. They're going to have different design requirements than we've seen previously. Additionally, this is the wind profile. So we see a very seasonal, clear, bidirectional wind spectrum, and also high shear. That's the image on your right. And if we look in comparison to California, that's a very narrow wind. This is an annual wind rose, and we see very, very consistently from the northwest, and very little shear, a very homogeneous wind profile. The higher you go up, not a lot of change in wind speed. Okay, so who are we and why are we talking to you today? We're going to talk about some of the specific questions that we're facing in our job as oceanography and meteorology in our methods to how to address these. And we're going to give you some questions that hopefully you can begin the discussion with us about. So I mentioned we have deep waters off the coast of California. So if you look at the first two, we have our traditional foundation technology, which are fixed bottom. So anywhere up to 60 meters, preferably below 50 meters, we can have fixed bottom, and there are two different types of foundation designs, monopile and jacket. But once we're reaching 80 meters in depth, this is a really transitional area, we're going to start looking to floating wind. It's just not sustainable, really, from a cost perspective, to have fixed bottom, and something that, as you'll see in a minute, over 400 meters in depth, which is the shallowest we have off the coast of California. All right, so that means we're going to have floating technology, and this really opens us up to an entirely new regime, new way of thinking about things. This is this new engineering effort. So this means that we're going to be much more sensitive to the ocean and to the wind. That means there's going to be multi-dimensional loading on the platforms, the structures themselves, and that's exposed to a new level of influence by all sea states, in addition to the wakes that are forming during operation. So as I just mentioned, these atmospheric conditions, multimodal, then now we're going to have much more complex wakes that are going to be created by these generating capacities, and that's going to have a higher influence in downstream turbines. When we're looking at this big wind farm scale, we're not talking about a couple, maybe 10. There's some pilot projects that say have about 10 floating turbines in the generation now off the coast of Scotland and Norway. And we're talking, multi-gigawatts now of wind turbines. So these are new challenges that we're going to have to address. And for that, we need modeling, and I'll talk more about that in a second. So of course, we have these varying conditions that also, we have, our platforms are moving in many different directions. We have our wakes now that are multi-dimensional, and so that means that we're going to have different types of motions and induced vibrations from this added load sea states. So there's a lot of unknowns, a lot of need for coupled high-fidelity models, but also that help us come to engineering solutions. So here's the need and here's the question. We have great multidimensional research models. We think computational fluid dynamics, which is my background, but what we need to put that into practice for our side, when we tell the bank how much energy is actually going to cost, that comes down to kind of a couple parameter engineering model. So that's the challenge there. Looking at the West Coast, these are the two sites that BOEM has put up for auction. That'll be hopefully in December of this year. And you'll notice that the shallowest is 400 meters, and we're going out to 1,300 meter depth. So as I mentioned, this is an entirely new field, and I've already kind of given you some details and background about that. We also have earthquakes and tsunamis. That doesn't exist in the North Sea. These are new challenges that we have to think about as well. And this is no surprise to the oceanographers in the room, is that putting that all aside, we have a really complex environment off the coast of California. We have a very strong southward-facing current on the surface, 100 meters deep. We have a countercurrent that creates a shear that's going straight north. And then during this global shift, in certain times of the year, we have waves that are created in the form of eddies and Rossby waves. Okay, so that's a lot of real complicated data that we need to get our hands on, and the database itself is describing two different needs. So we have design, so we need to understand the extremes. That's one need that we'll take away from this data, but we also have to put together weather windows for the people who are for the people who are installing and then maintaining these structures. And those are two different sets of analyses that don't necessarily always share the same end goal. All right, I'll hand it over to Lou.
All right, thank you, Sarah. So we're going to talk a little bit now about from the ocean surface on up. And a great way to start here is this is a famous image of from the North Sea. And you're able to see some of the atmospheric processes in play here. We're looking at wake from the Horns Rev wind farm. This is a very stable atmosphere, so this is where you have cool water and cool air above. In this case, you have the wind. The turbines are extracting energy from the wind and introducing turbulence and mixing, and you can see here behind the turbines, you can see fog, which is formed behind it, so you can actually see the wind, where the wind deficit is. And you have an interplay through time and space as these wakes are interacting with one another. And then as a whole, the wind farm acts as a little bit of a blockage, and you can see ahead of the wind farm, there is a wind speed deficit, and then you have other speed ups and slowdowns on the peripheries of the wind farm. Not to mention, you have air being entrained from above and from the sides. So in a perfect world, you would want to space these turbines out as far apart from each other as possible in order to reduce the wake losses for the entire project. But the wind turbine optimization problem, it's a matter of a delicate balance between the energy production as well as the cost of the farm. You have undersea cables that have to connect all of these turbines together. Quite expensive for the cables, and then you have external stakeholders. So you have fisheries, you have the military, you have the U.S. Coast Guard. So they need to be the Coast Guard needs to be able to navigate through this area for their search and rescue. In the North Sea, there's a little bit more flexibility. It's more of an art form to determine wind farm layouts, whereas here we're fixed to a more or less structured grid. For an example, in the New England area, for all the areas that are currently leased, there's going to be in the neighborhood of 1,000 wind turbines by the time it's all built out. And all the developers have come together with the U.S. Coast Guard to create a structured 1-by-1 nautical mile grid. It's not ideal for energy, but it kind of works for everyone. All right, thinking about some other air-sea interactions. As I mentioned before, Horndrev, very stable atmosphere. And we do have that here in the US, especially during the warm season when you have cool marine air over, warm air over warm water. That leads to generally higher wake losses, lower turbulence intensity, larger wind shear, and it's a condition that the wind energy industry is well accustomed to. But during the colder months of the year, you have more of an unstable atmosphere where you have the warm ocean surface and cold air over top. You have rising motion. This has been seen by research from the University of Delaware. It's the predominant condition. And you can see here this image on the upper right is cloud streets from the convection of warm air rising, and it's creating these cloud streets, and this happens oftentimes in the winter months. Thinking about a few other important variables, water temperature. We have to bury our electrical cables under the seabed, and knowing the temperature of the seabed itself is important in sizing the cables and determining losses. Harkening back to Dr. Warner's talk yesterday about the cold pool, trying to determine what that temperature is going to be 20, 30 years in the future, that's a big question. Some other thoughts here. The thermocline, which is famously a very strong feature during the summer months. When you're doing surveys, geophysical surveys, you use side-scan sonar, remote sensing technologies. That has a very difficult time seeing through the thermocline. So during the times when the survey vessels would be having the best weather conditions to do surveys, they can't accurately do it. A little bit more about wind and wave misalignment. Not as much of an issue for the East Coast, but the West Coast, you have winds and waves coming from different directions. And how will the dynamics of the motion of the floating turbines, what kind of forces are going on there, trying to model that, and then it's important for O&M to be able to access these turbines. Currents on the East Coast, not typically a important detail just as yet, except during hurricanes, when there can be significant sick hour, which needs to be taken into account. The West Coast, again, as Sarah showed earlier, you have eddies which form during the warm season. It's what is the reaction of these turbines going to be? I didn't mention the low-level jet. So meteorologists think of a low-level jet generally about the 850 millibar level. That's not what I'm talking about here. We're talking about a very low-level jet, so less than 200 meters, the marine boundary layer. During certain times, you'll have a wind speed maxima in that wind shear profile. The wind speed is at a peak below the hub height of the wind turbine, and then the wind speeds decrease pretty rapidly. And that's not something really seen in the North Sea. We don't really know how the turbines are going to be able to perform in those conditions. And then finally, I'll just say for extremes, we have to worry about not only extremes at the farm, but also onshore. You have to worry about storm surge and compound flooding, as came up earlier. Thinking about your onshore substation, you need to be able to plan that your substation won't be swamped over a 30-year period. Digging a little more into hurricanes. So the wind energy community, the IEC, classifies turbines in 3 classes, 1, 2, and 3, depending on the wind speed and the 50-year return period wind speed, which is usually used for the design criteria for the turbine. Offshore wind generally almost always uses a class 1 turbine, which has characteristics of 10 meter per second average wind speed, 50 meter per second 50-year wind speed. But when we talk about the Saffir-Simpson scale for hurricanes, we've gone through and taken the Hurricane Center Saffir-Simpson scale, 1 minute maximum sustained wind speed, and done some conversions to take it to what a wind turbine class would be. We really don't have much of concern for category 1 and 2. Category 3 starts to exceed that wind speed. As the industry has gone into more tropical regions, areas that are susceptible to hurricanes, they develop a new typhoon class turbine, which can take you up to 57 meters per second. And that can take you to a low class category 4. But I haven't done the conversion to take it up to hub height yet. This is just at the surface. So this is an area that there's quite a bit of increase in wind speed above the surface. We need to be able to have modeling that can tell us in really fine detail, 10-minute intervals of how that wind shear is increasing. What kind of increase do you see? Not to mention wind gusts. The typhoon class can go up to 80 meter per second wind gusts. We're talking 160 miles an hour. But it doesn't always fit the typhoon class. In the 1938 hurricane in southeastern Massachusetts had wind gusts over 83 meters per second for a category 3 storm before the anemometer broke. So there needs to be a lot of research done here, and it's really important for the design. So thinking about trying to come up with a way to categorize the hurricane risk, we can take a look at the past, and we're going to look at our Kitty Hawk, North Carolina site. National Hurricane Center, the HURDAT data set goes back to 1851. You can see all the storms, category 1 and 2. The Kitty Hawk site has quite a few of those. But the really critical category 3, we have 3 storms, and then category 4, thankfully none. But it's important to know that once storms kind of get through all right, I'll hold that thought. Taking a look at one of those category 3 storms, this is from the 1944 Great Atlantic Hurricane. It's moving very quickly, and it's important to know how much time that hurricane would have spent over your project site. It's very important to know. So a hurricane in the Northeast is going to have very little time over to damage the site, whereas further south, higher wind speeds and moving much slower. Looking at other ways of modeling hurricanes, stochastic modeling, modeling 10,000 years worth of representative storms, we can get an idea of what are the possibilities. Then we start looking at other ways, direct modeling of past storms. Ocean weather is a great resource for this. They've gone back and done numerical models of coupled ocean atmosphere current wave of back to 1924 and extratropical storms back to 1957. And I'll pass it back to Sarah.
All right. So this is quantifying extremes. We use extreme value analysis. This is our way of turning the science of storms. We have observations, we have measurements, we have storm modeling, and turning this into an engineering useful metric. What is going to be an expected storm in the next 50 years? What is a typical 100-year storm at Kitty Hawk, for example? So first we start with the statistics. It's called extreme value theory. The most commonly used method is peaks over threshold. Essentially what this does is we take our data basis, we fit it to a generalized Pareto or Weibull distribution, then we select a certain threshold above which we will fit with a log normal fit. And then we can read the extreme values directly off from that statistical model. So this is an example for significant wave height. We have a Weibull distribution that's fit to this data over the threshold, and we can read that over the 20-year databases for all the data that was put together to determine this. I believe it says something like 7.6 meters, but a 50-year storm is predicted, according to this curve, just to be 9.6 meters in height. All right, so that's the theory. Theory holds everywhere, but in practice, what do? We have a 30 to 40-year hindcast that we've discussed, so the industry standard is to take the largest databases that we can in order to make these predictions. So 30 to 40 years is the best we can do. Statistical practices say we can only really extrapolate to 3 times out of our databases. So we're really pushing the envelope here if we're going to use a 30-year data set to predict our 100-year storm. So we have some challenges there. We also are using these models. To put into these models, we have boundary conditions that normally come from global reanalysis, like your ERA5 or your CFSR. And we're going to be generating an hourly resolution temporally of these, for these models. And so if you'll recall from the previous slide, we have a storm record, say for hurricanes, it goes back to the 1920s, and for extratropical storms to the 1950s. But you'll recall that we only have measurements from NDC buoys starting in 1979. So we're going to bias towards the more recent storms that we have, of course, that have been validated. And then what about the size and speed of storms? So I mentioned we have an hourly resolution here. We all know, well, I'll say we all know it's possible. A hurricane can come and go, peak within an hour, within one time step. And so that's a real challenge here. Are we really capturing our maximum that could, even for storms that we can directly model, say in the ocean weather data set, from the past? Of course, we have the validation, like I mentioned before, and we have a bias, and also the size of those storms. And then there's another catch. As someone mentioned yesterday, there's also global trends, a global periodicity to the types of storms that we see in different regions. So for example, you may have a 30-year periodicity, higher regions of times of 30 of storms, and then a 30-year lower period of storms. And so if we're only using a 30-year hindcast, well, that's maybe another gap that we need to think about. So to wrap up this concept, like I've mentioned, we have the size of storms. Are they even captured by traditional methods? I've seen CFSR can capture the physics from around our New England wind site quite well of extratropical storms, but what about tropical storms? So then I ask you, if we think about 40 degrees latitude where New England wind is being built, is going to see hurricanes, not every year. It's going to see an extratropical storm every year. Which one is more important? Which one is greater damage risk to our sites? So we have here, just to give you a concept of scale, a hurricane, and then we have our extratropical storm. So food for thought for you. So to wrap everything up, the traditional EVA process, extreme value analysis process, may need some customization. The statistics, of course, are as good as ever, but we have to think more carefully about how we're applying it to really understand if we're getting the true 100-year return period, 100-year storm for the site. And this, of course, is not to mention climate change. We won't even talk about it. So we have multiple decision points that we have to make even getting to this point. So we have a storm model type, for New England wind. Are we going to see both hurricanes and extratropicals? Yeah, we are. Do we have a sufficient database to analyze both separately? Of course, we have different physics for both of these different types of storms. We don't want to mash them together because that will muddy the picture. We have to do separate statistical analysis on both to really properly inform what our extreme value basis is. And then that has to be fed back into our global mid-ocean model. So for example, the 30 to 40-year hindcast, which you don't need to do for the North Sea, but now we need to feed that back in somehow to make sure we have both, for example, the hurricane feeding the waves themselves, so we know that we have apples to apples. Okay, we're going to have the extreme wind speed, but what about significant wave height? Are we going to have, what's going to be the result of that? And so finally, to wrap up, we have the statistical method for EVA. Statistics is good as always. We have to be more careful about how we apply it. And is it going to be really region specific at this point? Are the storms that we inform, say, our 1 to 100 year return periods here in North Carolina, is that the same storm basis that we're going to use for New England, which is going to see maybe a hurricane every couple of years? Well, that's an open question that we present to you. So that's a whirlwind tour of the questions that we have for you. So now I'd like to open up the floor to any questions that you might have for us. Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting presentation. I was just wondering, are you trying to decide where to put these? Question number one. What's the goal of the modeling, besides calculating the risk? Are there variabilities in the structure that you can make? In other words, can you change the design of the blades or something that, based on your model? And the third is, if these are there wind tunnel experiments, for example, that may be more valuable than doing a modeling, because you can do a lot with that in other areas, hydrodynamics?
we always answer things as a team, so he'll go first and then
I'll take the first part. So yeah, talking about figuring out where to put the turbines. So the federal government is leasing these areas in progression. But within those areas, there's a number of different leases inside those areas. So one of the things we do is take more of the average climatologies of the site, really detailed data, putting in the wind energy models, determining the energy output of each of these, and we can, I'll often sit there and work with the layout to try to figure out the best configuration. But then there's, so we hand that information off to other teams that do the financial modeling. Then there'll be a very balancing act and back and forth of all of the risks, and, the risks that may be inherent to that site. In some cases, we'd be worried about the fisheries or local fishermen. Maybe there's scallops in this area, and maybe we don't want to deal with that battle, or you're too close to land. It'll be very visible. So yeah, there's a very pick and choose type back and forth that happens when we go to select a site.
Yeah, so at that stage, we have a no-go decision as to whether it's possible to build here, and almost always it's going to be possible. And so to answer your second question about the variability in design, you saw that we have essentially 5 different options right now for foundations, really for oceanography, that's what we're thinking of. And you saw that we have a turbine with a few different classes, essentially, and those are the selections that we have. So the blade profile is pretty well set. There's some interesting questions about the controller design, so you can actually feather your blades for maximum output depending on wind speed and turbulence. And so there's some active research going on about we have to change the controller designs for floating wind. It's simple. They're actually 2 reactive right now. The ones that we use for fixed, you can kind of very easily trigger instabilities, so we're going back to the drawing board for that. But that's not the type of wind tunnel testing you're thinking about. So the short answer is the design is set, and we just put it somewhere, and then we do this statistical analysis, say, okay, well, how thick does the steel need to be, in order to survive a 100-year storm? So.
I guess what's going in my mind is that, are you talking about miles and miles of changes of location? Because if you decided to put it outside of Kitty Hawk, you're talking about a few miles back and forth, right? I mean, it's not going to be 80 miles away, or so the size of the grid in which you can move these things around is much smaller than the dimensions of the calculations you're looking at, right? Because a hurricane can be, as we know now, 200 miles wide.
Yes.
So, but you're trying to decide from that information how to put things within a few miles of each other. So I'm not sure.
Right. So I mean, it's a matter of trying to make the best design. At that point, we leased the Kitty Hawk area. We've found it to be a viable site. At that point, we now need to best design our site, whether that be the locations of the turbines. Once they're in place, they're in place. But then there's working with turbine manufacturers and working with the foundation designers to see where we maybe need to upgrade the foundation, or maybe a certain turbine make is not going to be the best choice. So there's a lot of back and forth. Turbine manufacturers will see our site data and they'll say, this is not suitable. Maybe we can go back to the drawing board and change a few things, and we make it good. Actually, following up one last little piece there, one of the things that I didn't mention about temperature, these large wind turbines are designed for the North Sea environment. So relatively cool temperatures, but you need, inside the nacelle, you need to keep it cool. So as they move to the US, these turbines need to start downrating their power output as it starts getting warmer. In New England, it's already a problem. Off of Kitty Hawk, it's a much bigger problem. The air temperatures, almost half the year we'll have some amount of small incremental decrease in maximum output. And the challenge for the turbine manufacturers are now to either add air conditioning or just better airflow to make these turbines work and provide efficient energy.
So I think for people who is not familiar with the Kitty Hawk wind farm development, could you describe how big is Kitty Hawk lease area, and how many wind turbine installations will happen by the end of the projects? We're talking about hundreds or thousands wind turbines. What's the scale?
That's right. I actually forgot to mention on the other slide, so thank you. It's 2.7 gigawatts is the total build-out that we have planned. And that is dependent on the turbine type, how many turbines at the end, that we go for. But the overall size is quite big.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact number of acres. But yeah, we're talking probably in the neighborhood of 180 turbines, depending on when we actually make a turbine purchase. Turbines are scaling up very quickly. Vineyard Wind had 13.6 megawatt turbines for each location. The industry has already moved on to 15 megawatts, and it's just going to be increasing rapidly and bigger and bigger turbines that can relate it to the Empire State Building with wings. These are going to be massive engineering marvels.
You can see on the picture over there.
Yeah, of just the size of the blade. And this is for the Vineyard Wind site.
So we do have many vivid fishermen in the room. So in the future, near future, we're talking about several years into the future, when people travel to Kitty Hawk and to go offshore fishing, how far offshore? So it's about a few miles offshore, right?
The beginning, the closest turbine is in the neighborhood of 40 kilometers, if memory serves. So
30
yeah.
miles offshore.
So it's a good distance from shore. A lot further than some of the other projects around the Mid-Atlantic up into New England.
Yeah, but this is visible.
30 miles is where the big rock is, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So we know.
You guys, that fishing tournament is going to have to happen in between.
We know that fish actually love the foundations of these, and fish and
There's something called the Big Rock Blue Marlin tournament that occurs about 35 miles off of the city, which is about 20 miles off of Kitty Hawk. So it's going to be interesting how
And one of the considerations, we don't have a very regular grid for Kitty Hawk. It's a little offset, and it's been offset. It's not finalized, but it's offset to allow for efficient fishing traffic from both the Virginia Beach area and then from Cape Hatteras area.
Let's hope they don't make too much noise, right? Because the fish don't like noise.
Yeah. It's something I have spent a lot of time on already, I promise you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation and potential hope for a cleaner energy future. I'm going to build a little bit off of that recreation question that has to do with cultural heritage. So the Mashpee Wampanoag of Gayhead, Aquina, have been, from what I understand, quite opposed to the project in Martha's Vineyard. I'm wondering if you can comment on how consultation processes have been going. I know that BOEM was the lead on those, but I'm just wondering how much a company like yours is engaged in that type of an issue as well.
So I'll say off the bat that both of us are scientific types, and there are people at our company who spend their whole time on this development work. I am aware, of course this is important right to us, and so I'm aware that we've had a number of opportunities to, of listening sessions, to hear people's concerns, to really, and continuously, not just once, but to hear periodically throughout the development process. I know that we've had meetings down here as well in North Carolina to hear concerns. We've been working actively with NIMS and other governmental organizations to talk to people first, so no, it's taken by surprise, so we can hear their concerns early. And we do actively have discussions about this every week. I know even as a oceanographer, I'm pulled into these to say, okay, how can we address this from a technological perspective? And if I didn't answer your question, like I said, I'm a science type, please come find me and we can have a chat about that. Yeah. Yes?
How do you prepare for the impact on aquatic ecosystems? Because it sounds like it's like a pretty large, wind turbine.
All right, yeah, shall I, yeah. So we usually have a fisheries and biology head who's not here to help us with this question. Essentially, I spend a lot of time looking at the construction, so modeling the acoustic noise and, the kind of limit the acoustic noisiness really to the fish mammal population, marine mammal. Observing is very important to us. Of course, we have the North Atlantic right whale that is really going between our New England site and our Kitty Hawk site. And so we have active limits every day on kind of what activities and kind of how loud those activities are during construction. That keep in mind that the local fish and marine wildlife that we have in the area. So we do a very detailed study early on, not my expertise, but one of our fish folks does, to see all the types of animals that are going to be in the area, what times of the year. And then we actually plan our construction around those times. So for example, we know we want to make sure we have our monopiles installed by this time, so then we can reduce to this activity because we know that these animals are going to be in the area. During construction, we limit our boat speeds at all times, and if there's, so for example, in New England, if there's any sighting of a North Atlantic right whale, we stop until that leaves a watch radius, et cetera. So that's an overview. If I didn't answer your question, please find me afterwards and we can talk more.
Thank you for your talk. I had a question whether you, for choosing these two sites, whether you consider a stochastic nature of wind and whether it could support versus demand, whether it could support a robust grid or complement existing energy resources to complement or to support a robust grid?
Yeah, I'll start on that one. Obviously, the grid at the coastline, it's very important to be able to plug our extension cord in. And there are, the grids around the coastline generally aren't really supporting a massive electrical load unless you get to Boston, you get to New York. In some cases, if you're plugging into, say, around Cape Cod, or you're plugging in somewhere, Virginia Beach, there's only so much transmission that can make it into down to where the load is actually needed, where the power is needed. So we work really closely with the ISOs, the regional transmission operations to, there's a lot of planning that goes on, there's a lot of modeling that they do. In a way, it's a little bit of a first come, first serve. But yeah, there's a lot of coordination we have to do with private government entities to kind of work our power to the grid. And then we try to get a geographic diversity overall. Sometimes when the wind is blowing in New England, it's not blowing at Kitty Hawk, or vice versa. So I think in the end, there's going to be a lot of power coming onto the coastline.
But what about the stochastic nature of wind versus
Do you mean the
variation
variability?
in demand? Does it complement that, or?
So So something that's really special about offshore wind is that the reason that we're going offshore is that the winds are pretty predictable. I mean, it's pretty consistent. It's not, of course, it's the same technology in some ways, of course, as onshore wind, but it's not the same. We have much higher variability. We have much more influence from the terrain. And these are smaller and closer to the shore, so they're more really in the boundary layer. And so for offshore wind, of course, the winds vary. We take that into account. But as renewable goes, offshore wind is really positioning itself as a huge baseline potential for reliable renewable energy.
Another example here is during the summertime, I'm thinking New England, onshore, there's some small wind farms around, but during the summer, there's not much wind at all. You have solar, which is, kind of powers your middle of the day. Offshore wind kind of has a peak during the summer. It's not the wind doesn't blow quite as hard as it does during the winter, but during the summer when people are coming home, turning on their electric, in the mid to late afternoon, that's when winds really start picking up, just as the sun's starting to go down. So it's a nice complement. And during the winter, when you have peak heating, the wind is pretty consistent.
So you think solar complements this
It's
pretty
a
well?
complement. And then the West Coast, right? We've seen presentation earlier about how you have that big duck curve with solar. Offshore wind during periods of the year, again, it's kind of filling in that hole that's there. The onshore wind in California, very old. And yeah, it just doesn't blow at the same time. It's kind of very much complementary.
I learned last night from Lou and Sarah that offshore of North Carolina, there's another site just opened up. So this is off Wilmington. So it's going to be lots of renewable energy wind farm, offshore wind farm development within the state. And certainly that will have a strong impact on the local economy. And as Lou and Sarah mentioned, this require very strong integrations among science, technologies, and socioeconomics. I think that's the very nature, right, of the themes that we've been discussing in the last 1.5 days. I'd like to, again, thanks Lou and Sarah again for this very educational and inspirational presentation. Thank you for joining us, and let's give them another round of applause. All right, so I'll hand this over to Amanda, who will close. Okay, yes, the symposium.
All the extras. Okay, thank you. I want to thank all of you for coming to our symposium. We, of course, want to thank the sponsors of our events, so the Keenan Institute for Engineering, Technology, and Science, NC State University Sustainability Fund, Eastman's Chemical and their supporting funds as well, the Coastal Resilience and Sustainability Initiative, our Climate Leaders Program students, they did a lot of running, scurrying, and monitoring behind the scenes, so I thank all of them for their assistance. For our student poster presenters, some of them are not here today, but definitely dedicated their time and effort yesterday on the wonderful posters that we've had up. Yes, thank you. I would say that too. Let's give them a round of applause. They'll hopefully hear it virtually if they're not here. Oh, I did yesterday meant to say Jennifer Warillo, who is not with us today, she gets full credit for our innovation showcase last night. She was the force behind that scene also. I do, right before I let you go, want to do one plug. Our Climate Leaders Program is currently receiving applications for next year's cohort. That deadline is next Monday at 11:59 p.m. I do actually stay up to cut it off. I mean that way. No. But we are looking for student-faculty mentor pairs. So students would find a mentor to participate in that program with them. One of the key factors there is funding. We do actually provide a $5,000 stipend for faculty mentors. The students get a $1,000 stipend for kind of their time in the program, and then can receive up to $12,000 in internship support funds. And those internships can be ones that they choose and identify themselves through the application process. And this year we actually do have 3 pre-arranged internships that students can directly apply for. It's a 1-year calendar program, so we do require them to stay on campus. So this year's, they can't be a senior or in their last year of the program. We do want them here 1 more semester so we can support them in their next steps, but also get some feedback from them as well. We have kind of other parts of the program are our 3-day intensive academy, where we try to cover kind of all things climate for them and give them some foundation there. And then this symposium as our fall event. So please share that with other faculty members, other students. If you are from the business realm, we also continue to reach out and look for partners as internships hosts, as participants in our programs that we have with our students as well. So by all means, reach out to me as we go forward. And last but not least, thank you to you. I think most of you have been here with us for the 2 days, and this would not be possible without you. And I have greatly appreciated your questions and participation. There was never a silent, we never had that awkward silence, and to me that's wonderful. One of our dedicated online viewers for the last 2 days has been making some great comments, and I really appreciated his comment near the end of noticing the interdisciplinary nature of the last couple of days and all of the different angles of attack that we are approaching these topics and the importance of that and how we need to continue that in the future. So I appreciate all of you being a part of that. I applaud you for your work and efforts and ask that you continue to work in that realm in the future. So with that, thank you. There will be a survey coming out probably early next week, let you digest a little bit. But this is our first symposium. I know we haven't gotten it all right, so I value your feedback so we can only make it better in the future. So thank you.